Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So whatever we done till now in last 2 days, I'm just revising that thing. Okay, fastly.
Rakesh, just give me a minute, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So we started with a checkpoint R80, right? In R80.10, what are the features? What are the difference between R77.30 and R80.10? So the new feature is, you can say, unified console. Means all the consoles are combined into one console. Your smart consoles, your all the filtering blades, smart view tracker, smart view monitor, your administration, everything is onto same console. Then second feature we seen,
Concurrent.
concurrent connection, concurrent administrator. Okay, automation is there. Okay, now after that we discuss about checkpoint component. So in checkpoint component, we discuss about SMS, discuss about SG and smart console. Okay, then SMS, smart console, security gateway. This smart console is basically any Windows machine, let's say Windows 7. In that Windows 7, you are installing this software from SMS. So once you install that software on the Windows machine, you are accessing SMS. Okay, so on smart console, we are accessing SMS and creating rules and policy. Okay, so once the policy is created on here, so rules are here, and we are pushing rules to gateway. Clear? So we are not directly managing security gateway. We are managing security gateway. We are managing our traffic with SMS. So that
If you do
SMS is providing centralized control on the gateways.
if you do any route on the firewall, then we will do directly on the firewall or through the.
Yeah, like routing features, you have to do directly on the device,
Okay.
because the routing part is on Gaia.
Only routing part only, yeah, or any other things like.
Other like system related issues also.
Okay. So
Okay,
for
for example, like your backup, snapshot, administration. Like yesterday, we are creating the users account. Remember,
yeah.
those users account we cannot see into the smart console. We can see into the web interface, and we can see through the CLI. But whatever users we are creating on the Gaia, those will be not visible to the smart console, right? We cannot access those things. So those are two separate user accounts. So if we are creating users, so there are two type of user. One is Gaia and one is smart console administrator, right? Gaia user can log in web user interface and CLI. Okay, smart console administrator can log in smart console, or you can say smart dashboard. Any confusion?
So Gaia user and smart console user are completely different. We can separate.
Yes. Clear
Either
that?
can you see the rules and policies in the CLI of
No,
the
no.
but the policy are pushed from the smart console to hardware
Yes,
device,
yes.
right?
You are getting there which policy package is implemented.
Okay, but not we can't
Like,
go
right.
into the package. Okay.
Any confusion till now?
No.
Okay. Then we make this topology. This is my SMS console. Today I include two more new PC. One is the Active Directory and one is the AD client.
What is the technical word we can say for these through these three? One is our system, and the second is SMS server, and the third is the gateway. So there is a technical word, right?
Smart,
What? Smart?
smart architect.
Smart architect. Okay.
So this is, let's say, my HQSG. HQSG is connecting to the router. Then router is connecting to the BRSG, and BRSG is connecting to the VR client. This is my DMG. Wow. Clear this thing? So inside the network, here we are using 192.168.1.0/24. So here is one.
No, that is
That
224.
254. Yeah.
No, inside I think so. One we are taking. We are
No,
accessing.
one is SMS.
SMS. One is SMS.
10 is of GUI, and then 254 is for HQSG.
Okay. 254. 254. 254. Dot one is there. Dot one is there. Dot one is there. Dot 10 is there. Dot 10 is there. 254 is there. 254 is there. Dot 10 is there. So here we have 200.20.2.0, 200.20.3.0, 192.168.2.0. Clear this part.
Yes.
Now, on the router, routing is done, and there is one interface which is connecting to the internet also. Okay, so we put a route here, we put a route here, pointing towards my gateway. Okay, and on the router, we make routes for all destinations. Okay, through routing and remote access. Any confusion in that?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Shilji joined in. Sorry for being late. My laptop was not responding.
No issue. So what I'm going to do today, I am making a fresh topology on my laptop, and I will try to do all the things within half an hour, whatever we done till now. Clear?
Okay.
You have to just see if you have any question, ask. Okay, because today we have to do all the labs. Okay, I don't want to take any risk because today is the last day. So I make a complete setup, a fresh setup in my laptop. Okay, so I'm doing all the labs there, and after that, once the lab is done, you have to perform that lab in your laptop. Clear that part?
Okay.
Okay, so I take team viewer of one of my system. Okay, this is my system. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes. Yeah.
So here I have So maybe the IP addressing is different in my laptop. So don't be confused. But I'm using the same topology.
Rakesh, just before you start, please show the topology once again for a minute. Okay. Console radio design. CG, DMG, router, pub, internet, branch client.
अरे exact same
Okay,
only
okay,
AD and
okay,
AD
okay.
client is added.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Thank you.
So firstly, in the installation part, we took two machines, Gaia operating system. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So firstly, we install the Gaia operating system. That Gaia is just a base operating system. That Gaia contain certain products. Certain products in the sense like your SMS, your firewall, virtual firewalls, right? MDS, and some other advanced features also. So whatever product you want, you have to just enable that thing. For example, like primary server, secondary server, or you want to just install a log server. So here on that machine, firstly I install the Gaia. On that Gaia, I define, here is my .254.1.10. This is my GUI machine. So once I installed the Gaia, then I took web access, HTTPS, and IP. Okay, and console I make this as a SMS and this as a security gateway. Done. Once the installation is done, then we download Smart Console on GUI machine. Once the Smart Console is downloaded, we install the GUI, we install Smart Console. Okay. After that, we are connecting SMS through console. Once we connect through console, after that, you have to add gateway on SMS. Okay. To add the gateway on SMS, you require SIG. And where is that SIG? When you are installing that smart gateway, at the last state, you are giving the SIG password, secure internal communication. So SIG is required for pushing the policy and for the logs and for the internal communication between security gateway and your SMS. So once you attach the SIG, the gateway will be added. After that, you have to install policy. So once you install the policy, your gateway will be added. After that, we create the rules for some management rules and for inside to outside, inside to DMG, inside to public, inside to, let's say if you want to access internet. Clear? Now
Hello?
yes,
Okay.
we are just so as I told you, like maybe my IP addressing is different. So in my case, my SMS is on 192.168.1.10. Enable to, okay. Let's wait for a few minutes. Once all the services done, then we are able to access that SMS.
But the SMS server IP is 1, right?
See, it's my topology. I make this topology in my laptop, so IP addresses are changed.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So yesterday I make my own topology. Yeah. Mhm. The services are not complete. It's not working. Just a second, let me log in into the local system. So then it takes some time. It's showing like all the process on the server are up and running. Working now. So it's not like that you just start your SMS and immediately you are able to connect. Okay. So it can take time. Okay. So my server is there. Firewall is already added. Let's see is there any rule or not. Okay. So there is only cleanup rule. So my first rule is management rule. Okay. So before that we had to make network objects. Now let's say HQ internal, my network is 192.168.1.0, 255.255.255.0. Okay. More than one network is having so already created HQ internal HQ out. Okay. Pub is there. Let's say DMG. In my case, right now I have 192.168.20.0 instead of 2.0. Then we have BR out network. BR out network is same 200.20.3.0. Okay.
Subnet mask.
Then we have a network BR internal. BR internal is 192.168.3.0. 255.255.255.0. Any network is missing? No. Okay. Then let's create a host. GUI. In my case, the GUI IP is 5. 192.168.1.5. Okay, so we created the host and network object. After that, we have to make rules. Okay. So management, we want to manage our devices with the GUI. We want to manage HQ firewall.
SMS as well.
Where is SMS? Primary SMS. Any service will be, let's say, HTTPS, SSH, ICMP, let's say, if you want to allow. After that, there is a still rule. Any traffic on my firewall should be dropped. Then there is a rule. HQ into DMG. So source will be HQ network. Destination will be DMG. Let's say FTP, HTTP, let's say RDP, ICMP, then HQ into pub, and let's say internet access, so source HQ internal. All internet. DNS. HTTP. HTTPS. Okay. HQ into BR5. Okay. Let's say if I want to connect HQ into BR. So in that case, HQ internal will be source, BR internal, services will be, let's say, so see, if you have doubt in any rule, you can ask. Firstly, management rule, just to manage the devices, which device you want to manage through GUI. Second rule, any traffic destination to the gateway that should be dropped. Inside to the DMG, any traffic which is going like FTP, HTTP, RDP, ICMP, that is allowed. HQ into pub, then I allow HTTP, ICMP and ICMP request and protocol. Then internet access, HQ into, right? Let's say if you want to assign internet to the DMG network also, you have to just add into the source as a DMG network. That's it. It will go with the same rule. Now this rule I will use for the communication, and after that I will use the same rule for the for VPN. Okay. Now yesterday we create one more rule for managing the remote gateway. So what rule I create?
Remote control one, right?
Name, that is the name. Any name you can give.
Achha.
Let's say remote SG. Source will be SMS. Now destination any. Here 5 services. Remember which are the 5 services?
CDP,
CPD,
CPD,
CPD daemon,
CPD daemon, FW log, ICA push.
yes, FW1, FW log, and ICA push.
What is this FW1 and ICA push?
The ICA is internal security, internal certificate authority.
Okay, okay.
Where is the FW1 log? Set log. Then any issue in that? Okay. So I'm just installing this policy to my gateway. Let's say on the router we have all the routes or not. Administrative tools, you have to go to the routing and remote access service. First thing, this network is 20 according to my network. And clear this thing. These are just rules. This is my gateway. I don't have it. So let me draw my topology first. This is my SMS, which is having .10 IP address. This is my GUI, which is having .5 address. This interface is having right now 1. Going out is 254. This is one. .50. This I configure on 20.50. This DMG machine. Okay, IP addressing is changed. That's it. The rest of the topology is exactly same. So right now I'm just verifying my rules with DMG and with internet. Let's verify this thing first. So DMG machine is on. Okay, there is a installation failed on HQFW. But the network rule 1 hide the rule number 4. layer 1, rule number 1, hide the rule number 6. What is my rule number 6? Oh, it should be here GUI. Okay, so if we succeed, let's verify that thing. So I am on my GUI machine, which is 192.168.1.5 right now. So firstly, HTTP.
Rakesh, we can see only paint window of your system.
Hold on. Now?
Yeah, now I can.
So actually simultaneously I am working on two machines. One is my laptop and one is I'm connecting with this Zoom application. That's right. 192.168.20.50. This is the IP address of my DMG server right now. Okay. I'm able to access my website. So I make a temporary website like which will give me a green color page. I think so. I configure their FTP also. Let me try that thing. Okay, I'm able to access FTP. If I try to ping 192.168.20.50, I'm able to ping, right? So let's see the logs. For the logs, you have to go to the logs and monitor. Everything is okay till now. Any confusion?
No.
So today's class will revise like your first day, second day, and your last day is there, right? So give more and more attention to today's topics, which we like try to complete in next 1 hour. Okay. So you can see 1.5. Firstly, I access FTP is there. Okay. We can search. Let's say I want to port number. Let's say 80. Source. Let us simply type destination is 192.168.20.50. Okay. So these are the two traffic. So in that way you can filter the logs. Clear? If I put here FTP port number is FTP
21.
21, right? Any confusion? Okay.
No, that's fine.
Let's see internet is coming or not. HTTP google.com. I am able to access internet. Okay. Now ping is not working. Tell me why.
ICMP is not allowed.
Yes. Because in the rules I just allow only DNS and HTTPS. So whatever service you will allow into the rules, you can see. I added the ICMP also.
Rakesh, instead of this ICMP request, if we allowed only ICMP protocol, will ICMP means ping work?
See, actually you have to see like, okay, these are the group of services basically. See, this ICMP request contain ICMP request, info request, timestamp, and this mask request.
Okay.
And this, I think so with the ICMP protocol, it will work.
So ICMP protocol is basically group of this
Yes.
ICMP services, right?
Right. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. Logs and monitor. ICMP port number is
127.
Which rule is that internet? Have you remember?
It is fifth or sixth rule, right?
So traffic is going on. So till now, everything is working fine. So these are the rules. We test rules like internet access, all these rules we test. Pub machine I haven't enabled till now. Once I enable, it will work according to the rule. Okay. So yesterday we discussed about identity awareness something, right? So if you see in my logs, I'm not getting any information regarding my users. Clear? Because whatever rules we are creating based on the network, based on the IP address. So if we are creating rules based on the IP address, it will not contain the information of the user. Clear that thing? So now we are going to discuss about identity awareness. So as I discussed yesterday, what is identity awareness? In identity awareness, I need accounting of the user also. Means this user is accessing that record I want. So in identity awareness, what we will do, we will integrate AD with checkpoint. Once we integrate AD with the checkpoint, then we can utilize AD users and we can assign like, okay, this user is allowed or not. Next thing in AD or like identity awareness, there are two type of user into the network. One, who logged in AD domain and second who are guest. So the user who logged in through the AD domain means the PC is the part of the domain. They will get directly authenticate. But if the user who are guest, they require user detail or user account to access services. It's like that Okay, if you are the internal user, you have internet accessibility, okay, through network and through wireless. But if the some guests are coming, if they want to access internet, you have to share the SSID of your network, correct? So the guest user need to be authenticated. If you are a part of domain, you are already authenticated through AD because you are the part of that domain. So that AD is doing that task. But if some users are the guest user, we need to authenticate. So for the authentication, these users will authenticate via captive portal. Captive portal means once they try to access, they will get a window. In that window, they have to give username and password. So if the username and password is correct, then only they are able to access the services, otherwise no. Any confusion?
No? Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to do the same task. Anyone knows how to join a domain?
No.
You are not Windows guy?
No, we are purely networking. Windows का थोड़ा इधर उधर. So not really into ADVMs and all.
So I have this AD.
You have to engage someone from Intel team.
Oh, Vivek, you there?
Yes, I am there. What do you think?
I thought you were sleeping. आज तो कुछ हल्ला नहीं सुना इसलिए. सो मत ध्यान दे लास्ट डे.
दिलजीत तू तेरा बोलना.
मैं तो सही मैं अभी भी हैंगओवर में यार. फुल नाइट पार्टी था.
फुल नाइट.
12 बजे तक.
अच्छा उसके बाद तेरा.
उसके बाद तो मेरा पार्टी है.
You can do one thing for the recording now. You just sent a mail to the sales guy, na Manish.
Okay.
Just
Hey Rakesh, did you get a chance to check the certification for this particular course, whether it's included or not?
hold on. Are you able to see my screen?
No.
No, not now.
And also we need the ISO file for to install the checkpoint as well. That will be great if you send it.
So for that, give me time till Monday or Tuesday. Okay. The reason is that ISO file is having approximate 4 GB.
Okay.
Okay. And again, if I'm sharing the nuggets also and some other material, then again that will be approximate 1 or 2 GB. So total approximate 5 or 6 GB data will be there.
No problem. We will download 1 GB per day.
You can download 1 GB per day, but that ISO file contain only single 4 GB.
Okay.
So
Vivek, wait for 4 days and 4 GB एक्सेट डाउनलोड कर लेना 4 दिन बाद.
इसका 1 GB पर डे इसीलिए.
नहीं एक्चुअली मेरा 2 GB पर डे है, बट उसके अलावा कुछ
तो 2 दिन वेट कर लेना, फिर 2 दिन वेट कर लेना.
Okay, so let me
And I have a question, Rakesh, that if we have installed the ISO, that is a trial version for 15 days, after 15 days we can't use.
Right.
Uh, but if we again want to use, then
No, you can use. You just delete that VM, install once again. That will work.
that will work now. Okay.
Okay.
I
So
thought
I make this system as a AD, Active Directory. Okay. So how to make that is the Windows task. Okay. We are not going into that part. Okay. But my AD is working fine. That I can show you. Okay. DNS is working fine. There is a command ns lookup. Okay. So it is showing my PC65. This is my computer name. Rakesh.com is my domain name, which I make. Okay. So let's say what DNS is doing. DNS is resolving your IP to hostname, hostname to IP address. Let's say if I'm giving here 192.168.1.100. So it will resolve into my PC name. Okay. If I give the name, it will resolve into the like IP address. Here, once the AD is installed in the Active Directory, we have to create some users. So, for example, on that there is a tab Active Directory user and computers. Okay, so administrator is by default user account in Windows, right? And apart from that, there is no users. So what I'm going to do, I'm creating some users. So let's say A1. A2. Okay, so I create two users, and I'm creating one more user for the guest. So for the guest, I'm creating B.
B1 already there, na?
Okay, so we create A1, A2, B1, B2. Clear? Now I just create one more machine as a AD client. Let me power on this. I'm not sure Windows 7 can be a part of AD or not. Anyone knows that thing? Windows 7 can be a part of Windows Server 2003.
No idea.
This is the breaking news for us. How to do that?
How to do that? That I can show you. That's not an issue.
What is that? I missed that.
Sorry.
क्या पूछ रहे थे?
क्या Windows 7 Windows Server 2003 का मेंबर हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता? डोमेन में ज्वाइन कर सकता है या नहीं कर सकता?
डोमेन में तो ज्वाइन कर सकता है, बट Windows 7 can be can we create AD? I mean AD services on Windows
No,
7.
वो नहीं होगा, वो तो क्लाइंट ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम है ना, क्लाइंट पे AD की सर्विस होती ही नहीं है.
अच्छा, वो मैं बहुत खुश हो गया था वो सुन के, मुझे लगा.
But there is a way you can install. So how to join? So let's see first what is the IP addressing there. My AD is 192.168.1.100. So here I am giving, let's say 192.168.1. Let's say 150. 150 is this local machine IP address. Default gateway 192.168.1.1 and preferred DNS is 192.168.1.100. Okay, let it.
What is the AD server IP?
1.100.
So AD server IP you have used as a DNS as well.
Yeah, because to resolve the name of that particular system, right? We have to join firstly to my internal DNS, na? Let's say whatever is your username, that must be registered to your local DNS, Capgemini DNS, right?
So in this case, DNS and AD are always different, right? But in this case, you are using the same AD server as DNS server as well?
Yeah. Just
okay. And if I'm using, for example, I'm using a different DNS server.
In that case, you have to give the DNS server IP only.
Yes. Okay, then it's fine.
So DNS server, the DNS server is just like to map the IP address to the name of that machine.
Exactly.
But what about the users?
Users we are creating to the Active Directory. Let me show you. See, remember we create the user account on Active Directory on this machine, right?
Yes.
Yep.
If I show you one thing, DNS, I installed the DNS service here also.
Okay.
Right? So
yes.
This is the Rakesh.com, right? So if you see in this DNS, let me delete this. PC65. Right now, this is containing like name services only for this AD service only. Right now, there is no information about this AD client, right?
Okay.
Once this PC, the AD client will join to the Active Directory, automatically a record will create into the DNS service. Let me show you that thing.
Okay, so that's a protocol between AD and DNS. AD
Right.
says that if any AD is coming to me, if I authenticating, I'm just giving a copy of that.
Right.
Okay.
So, computer name. By default, when you install, you will be into the work group, right? So what you have to do, you have to change. Your domain name is Rakesh.com, and you have to go to the more, type Rakesh.com. Done? Any confusion?
No. Okay. Now, how this server? Okay, this server knows the domain with the DNS services.
Yes. If everything will work fine, it will show you welcome to the domain Rakesh.com. Right?
One second, sorry to just.
So here what I understand that computer name ABC-PC is connected to the DNS.
Right. And now this machine is a part of domain right now.
Yes. So So the question is how the user will connect to the domain.
That I'm explaining. Hold on. So previously, this ABC-PC, this is a separate PC, individual PC. Let's say like your laptop,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can create the user in your laptop, right? There is an option.
Yes.
Those users are local user, create local to the computer, right? Those local user cannot access your like company resources. Getting my point?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Let's say now I create the users on Active Directory,
Okay.
like A1, A2, B1, B2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, if you want to utilize those users on your system, firstly, your system must be the part of your domain, AD domain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my first task is done. Now my system is the part of Rakesh.com.
Yes.
So one second. So in this case, in the system, you went to the domain and added to Rakesh.com. Okay, that's what you have seen.
Right.
Okay,
So,
now, okay, yeah, you continue. I will ask.
so right now, if I use the ABC password, then I will log in with local user account,
Mm-hmm.
switch user, other user. It is showing login to the Rakesh.com. Which
Now
user is created?
So A1, A2, B1, B2 you will use, no?
A1.
Okay. So first of all, the system should be in the part of the domain, and the username also created at the AD server.
Right.
So now
Then
you log in with the AD user account.
Exactly.
Rakesh, in that case, who will assign the IP address and all?
So that is your internal
that
DHCP
is
server.
DSCP. That is DSCP, or you can manually do that.
So that
Yeah.
is mapped with our checkpoint or what? How it is with the AD?
No, the IP address is not in picture.
IP address is a separate thing. You can make your checkpoint as a DHCP server. That option is there, but
Okay,
that is not recommended.
So Rakesh, now
Yeah.
my confusion is that, okay, I took a local system in the LAN and I went to domain instead of work group, I set into domain rakesh.com. Okay. Now how this local server will know that yes, there is an AD server and which is having rakesh.com as domain? Because we manually typed in, I have never typed in my AD server IP address anywhere. How it
See, IP address we put there now before we joining the domain.
no, that was in DNS, right? Whatever
No.
IP address you put, that was the DNS IP.
So AD IP address not required. You have to just give the DNS.
So in that case,
That
this
DNS knows where is the Active Directory.
okay, fine. In DNS, if it is rakesh.com, then DNS knows that this is of this particular domain.
Right. So if you
Okay.
go here into the AD and if you go to the DNS, if I refresh, where is the refresh? See, automatically that record come here. Have I created anything on the DNS? No. Whenever a PC join to the domain, automatically the DNS entry will create there.
Okay, is there anything we can like see the content in that ABC-PC?
No. That is not the DNS task. DNS task is just to resolve the host name to the IP address. That's it.
Okay,
Name to
so
IP address.
only here the PC is connected to the AD server here.
Right.
So in
So
our
whatever PC is connecting to that particular domain, the DNS will take all the entry. Now what will happen? Yeah, ask us anything.
what is the benefit of that? Because my question is like in our organization, or if you see
In
a
your
big,
organization, let's say there are some users. Let's say you belongs to IT team, right? On
yes.
IT team, I want to give specific rights,
Uh-huh.
right? So there are some sales user. I don't want to give the sales user to all the rights. So what I will do? I will create all the users in Active Directory user and account. Then I will create the group. I will move users to the group and I will implement policy to the group. So
Right.
whatever policy I implementing to that group and who are the member of that group, they will get the same right.
Yes, but in Capgemini, there are many groups are there, probably IT, GAST, whatever. But users are normally like how much users are there? 40,000 users. Like how much employees are there? That much users are
Right,
there.
right.
So how? What is the benefit of that list of that? Is there any like something like troubleshooting point of view?
No, there is no troubleshooting point of it. That is the Windows task basically. Active Directory, like the users are created on Active Directory just for the centralized management. Okay, because on that user account they can track each and everything. That is the Windows task. Let's say if they want to know, okay, today you log in with the A1 user account, what you did in the complete day, they can do each and everything. They can verify with that particular user account.
Okay.
Because you are logging with the AD user account, maybe they will implement AAA like authentication, authorization, and accounting. If that is implementing, they can know each and everything. At what time you log in, at what time you did your task, you access HTTP, you access Telnet, you access SSH, each and everything will be there. There is a timing. Let's say I create a profile for that particular group. These group user can log in into the system at 9 o'clock and the timing is 5 o'clock. If they are logging with after 5, they are not able to log in.
So my another question is, if a suspicious user like a hacker has joined in that group, somehow he has joined, and you found that
Somehow how he can join? Because hacker will be, if that hacker is inside your domain, inside your network, in that case he can join.
Yes, he has joined somehow, and you just came to know that this user ABC-PC is the hacker PC which is joined now. So how you like avoid that? Like you want to delete that to join again, or
that is not our task. That is the information security team task.
okay. But information security team will intimate to the AD team, right? So that
they will talk like in the background, like, okay, here we are not doing that type of any lab. Okay, we are just integrating AD with the your chatbot.
Okay. So I am just entering more into the AD.
No. Windows we are not going to discuss.
Okay.
Because I'm just aware about Windows Server 2003. That's why I make my whole server on Windows Server 2003 only. Okay, right now Windows Server 2016 is there in the market. Okay, so AD is done. So now understand. What is the current situation now? This is my SG connected to the DMG .50.1. This is my SMS GUI AD. AD client. Okay. IP addressing is .1 is here. Sorry, .10 is there. According to my topology, .1 is there. GUI machine is having .5. AD is having .100, and AD client is having this. If you see in the current situation, this GUI machine is not the part of the domain. It's a work group right now. But AD client, I log in with A1, right? Any confusion? Let me show you that thing also.
Yeah, you have joined that. We saw that.
So if I go on my computer, properties, this is my GUI machine. Okay, it is a part of domain, but that is not my domain name. Okay, secure Excel, something like that. Okay, so this is not the part of Rakesh.com right now. Clear?
Okay.
So it will work as a default.
Local.
Local. Any confusion till now? So now,
No.
first thing in let's discuss first. Till now, I haven't enabled anything regarding the identity awareness. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Am I able to access HTTP, HTTPS, internet, everything? If I go to AD client machine, HTTP colon 192 colon 168 20 dot you can see I'm able to access the DMG server right now. Clear this thing? Any confusion?
No.
Let's see the log first.
Where it is connected? It's showing green screen. मतलब I mean connected है.
वो ग्रीन स्क्रीन का मतलब है कि मैंने वहां पे ना एक वेबसाइट बना रखा है, उसके ऊपर केवल एक ही चीज लिखी है, बॉडी बीजी कलर इक्वल टू ग्रीन. सो ग्रीन वेब पेज दिखा रहा है बस वो. This green page is my website basically.
Go green.
Go green.
Let's say FTP 192.168.20.50. I'm able to access my FTP server right now. So this Rakesh is a folder.
You're accessing all these from game machine or?
No, AD client machine.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so let's see now logs. What is coming into the logs? If you see this log is telling the source IP is this. Are you getting anywhere any user information?
No.
So then how I can track, okay, which user is done that task?
We can track with the MAC address and go to the switch and where it is connected.
Where is the MAC address IP here?
1.150. We can track that with the MAC address on the port.
तो ये सोर्स भी लगे पहले ARP R देखेगा, R पे मैप निकालेगा, फिर हम पोर्ट ट्रेस करेंगे, फिर केबल ट्रेस करके हम PC निकालेंगे.
We will engage L1 team to track that.
IP address is reachable, na? Let's say you are tracking that thing in that way. If I change the IP address, in that case, what will happen?
Again, he will do show off and all.
Okay, so right now we want the user information also, who is doing the task. Clear? So for that we have identity awareness. Clear? So let's do that task. So for the identity awareness, firstly you have to enable the blade. Are you able to see my screen, right?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Whatever I'm doing.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to go to the firewall.
Any of the feature we need to enable, then we need to go to the firewall, no?
Yeah, all blades are there. Okay.
And is there any way to add the extra blade, or we need to upgrade the box itself for the
No,
new feature?
all blades are there by default. Whatever blade it supports, all blades are there.
Okay. And is there any that means for R77, few blades are not available and that are present in the R80?
No. Same
Some
blade.
new feature is added in the R80 box.
Blades are same.
Blades
So
are
it may
same.
be
Okay.
different. If you compare to R77 and R80, that may be similar. But if you compare to R65 to R80, the
65, the platform is different here. That is flat.
yeah. So this is the upgraded version.
Yeah.
प्लान का यूज होता है अभी प्लान तो आउटडेटेड हो गया ना
नहीं outdated. Okay, see now. So there is a option identity awareness. So once you click on identity awareness, it will ask to integrate. Okay. Note down these points. Okay. So when you click on the identity awareness, you will get this box. So to implement identity awareness, firstly you have to integrate your Active Directory with the checkpoint. So firstly, you have to checkbox on AD query, then browser-based authentication. These two options you require.
Can you cancel that? And I just lost that. What you have choose? Okay, identity awareness, right?
Right? You have to choose the browser-based authentication.
So what is that for?
It is for those users who are not logged in into the system, like for the guest user.
Okay, portal based जैसे capital portal based authentication.
Yes, those are not connected by domain.
जैसे इतना वाईफाई गेस्ट जब लॉगिन करते हो तो वो पोर्टल आता है वो वाला.
Yeah, वही. Then terminal server, it is for the third party terminal servers, for example, like Citrix servers, right? If you want to integrate this authentication with the Citrix, you have to choose that option also. But right now we don't have any Citrix domain, so I'm not using that option. Then click on next. Create your domain. Your domain name is Rakesh.com. You have to give, let's say, capgemini.com. User account, administrator. Password, domain controller. Domain controller is 192.168.1.100. So note down and understand all these points.
What is the username and password? What you have used on that AD server that you need?
Right. It is the AD user information basically.
Okay,
so
so
Rakesh.com is my user domain name. User name is administrator. This is the administrator of Active Directory. Password is the Active Directory user account password, administrator password, and domain controller is what is the IP address of the.
Okay, so it means the checkpoint will try to connect to the AD server with this username and password.
Exactly. Then click on connect. Successfully connected. Done.
Congratulations.
Next. So by default, it is giving this path. So if any user will, if any user who is not the part of domain, if they try to access any services, firstly they will get this URL. If you click on edit, you have to choose like through all the interfaces. No need to define anything like interface, right? If he is connecting to any interface. Next. And finish. So this, till now, what we done, we just enable the identity awareness on the blade, and we just integrate Active Directory with the checkpoint. Any confusion if you have, you can ask.
Yeah, so in this, I got it like we connected to AD, and if AD, right now AD is in our same subnet, local subnet, right?
Right.
So it connected successfully, and if it is somewhere else, then obviously we need to get a routing connection plus a rule allowed for that, right?
Right.
Okay, and AD ports on which the AD
LDAP protocol you have to allow.
LDAP protocol you need to allow, that's fine. And again, you showed like, for example, if the user is not in AD, and if someone, anybody, the guest is trying to access any of the interfaces, then go to this URL 192.168.1.1. Okay.
Yeah, automatically that will
be. Yeah, and the thing is that I have seen that IP is of your gateway firewall.
Right.
Yeah, and in this gateway firewall, the captive portal what we are getting is automatically generated with this identity awareness.
Right.
Or do we need to create that web page in some website?
No, automatically generate.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, so you can see identity blade will be enabled.
Can you try the access FTP? We will check that on that log whether the A1 user is.
Till now, my all rules are based on IP. Have you created any rule based on the user account till now?
No.
So firstly, we have to create that.
So for individual user, we need to create a rule on the checkpoint.
No, to see the logs, we need user-based rules. And if right now he's trying to access, we'll be able to access. But I think we will not be able to see the logs with the user names and all, right?
So for that, now we are going to configure the user account details, right? So for that, what you have to do?
Hey Rakesh, on that you have mentioned domain control IP address is 192.168.1.100 something.
Right,
So,
that is my Active Directory IP address.
So okay, so we have configured that Active Directory IP address?
No need to configure anything. That, see, let's say in your production environment, you have Active Directory, right?
Correct.
So you will take those details. Let's say you will contact with the Windows team and you will ask like, okay, what is the IP address of AD, what is the password, and what is the username? That information you have to give there. That's it. Okay. If there is a connectivity, then that will be done successfully. Now, after that, what you have to do? Into the objects, in more, firstly, you have to create a LDAP group. So let's see, where is that option?
Server's LDAP account was there.
Yes.
Third option.
That is LDAP account unit.
Achha. LDAP
group. Okay. Now, LDAP group, you can give any name. For example, like for the testing purpose, I'm giving AAA. LDAP account unit. Once AD is integrated with checkpoint, a LDAP account unit is already created. For example, like this. So you have to choose this thing. This shows your checkpoint is integrate with AD. So AAA is my LDAP group. I integrate my account unit, which is Rakesh.com-AD, is generate automatically. Okay. So choose that thing and simply okay. So in first step, what I do, I create a LDAP group, and in that LDAP group, I map the account unit. Any confusion?
Can we integrate to multiple AD server?
Multiple AD server.
Yes.
How many AD servers are there in your domain?
If you have a different, I don't know exactly.
Within a company, there will be Capgemini.com. How it can be Yahoo.com?
Like Capgemini.com and iGet.com also there. That
Sorry?
is the Capgemini.
See, that is the for
There
that.
have been two different domains, then, right? It cannot be in same domain. If how it can be in same domain? It will be different domains.
So
It can be, let's say Capgemini is in different countries, let's say, right? So in Active Directory, there is a concept of domain and subdomain, child domain, parent domain concept. Okay. So let's say in every country, let's say you are in India. So maybe for the India region, they are creating india.capgemini.com. For US, us.capgemini.com. That can be there, but the domain is capgemini.com only.
okay. So the AD server is the single one.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Any other question regarding this? Okay, so firstly you have to create the LDAP group. Second requirement is you have to create a access role. Let's see, where is that? Access role. Okay. Now, access role name. For example, what name I give here? Okay, internet access. Then choose specific network, add. Now, the users belongs to which network?
SQINT.
Okay. Then users, you have to click on users. Then you have to choose your LDAP group. LDAP group should be here.
AAA.
So once again, in access role, firstly, I map my internal network, right? And I map this AAA. Okay. So it's like that. If I give an example in terms of routing and switching, so you can understand, let's say you are creating the route map, right? You have idea about route map, na?
Yep.
Yes.
In route map, what we are doing? We are making access list just to permit the network.
Right. Then
we are calling that route map in access list into the route map, and we are applying the policy on that. Clear?
Clear.
So firstly, I make a LDAP group. In that LDAP group, I map just my LDAP account unit. Now, in access role, I define what is my internal network, and on that internal network, I am mapping my LDAP group. Clear?
Okay.
Any
confusion? Okay.
So one second. So in this case, first we mapped this into AD. Then we went to then we created the LDAP group. In the LDAP group also we mapped that particular AD account. Okay. And then after that, what is this? Access?
Internet access, this is the access role.
Access role, okay, okay. Then we created an access role, and in that
firstly we define the network. What is the network? On which network the traffic is going?
Okay.
And you have to track to which LDAP group.
Okay, that particular IP series is mapping to this particular LDAP group.
Yeah, this
So,
AAA contain the complete user account information of Rakesh.com.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the two requirements for that. Requirements are complete.
You have created the group, LDAP group, but you have not assigned any users on that group, right? So
see, on that group, I assign the complete Active Directory.
AD itself is mapped, so AD में जितने भी entry होगा,
right,
that will automatically get connected.
Right.
Okay.
Then any confusion till now? Last step, policy.
Can you show that again, just for like a revision? How do you create that AAA? I just saw that, but
Firstly, you have to create a LDAP group. For that, you have to click on new, more, users, and you have to go to the LDAP group.
Yes.
You go there. You will give any name, and in the account unit, you will get your Rakesh.com. You have to just map.
Okay.
So in that LDAP group, you are mapping the complete Rakesh.com.
Okay. Once it is authenticated with that Rakesh.com AD server, it will automatically come here.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Then this is your first step. In second step, what I done, I make a access role. Same way, more, users, access role. In that access role, what I define my internal network, and I map my LDAP account, LDAP group, whatever I created. That's it. So here, the specific network, you define the particular specific network.
Yes, yes.
Then in the users, you add the specific LDAP group. Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Next step, policy. So where is my DMG network rule? Here. So instead of this, you have to put here this access role. Okay. Now DMG to the internet access. This is my not internet access. This is my to user account detail basically.
Okay.
This is my access role.
What are the user in that particular AD server that will be access DMG with these all the ports?
Right. So in the source, there will be your access role. Next step, in the action, you have to first accept the traffic. Then in the more, you will get one more option, accept, and captive portal option is there. Accept, enable the captive portal.
Okay.
Clear this thing?
Yes.
Any confusion?
So once again, the LDAP group what we created, that we are
Not
calling
group, access role, access role.
No, I mean, coming to the previous one, the LDAP group we created after integrating AD, the LDAP group whatever we created, that we have called in an access role.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Okay, and that access role is called in this role, right?
Right.
Okay.
So now just install the policy.
So here in this case, we don't need to be like allow every time for a particular user. We have just allowed this access role, and whatever the control right now in AD server only, they will be the control.
Right.
And when we start thinking separately, now that confuses us. But it is something like our route map calling. मतलब AD पहले इंटीग्रेट करो, फिर उसका एक एल्डा ग्रुप बनाओ, उसको एक्सेस पे कॉल करो, देन एक्सेस सबको इधर कॉल करो.
Right. That is a very good example.
Actually, you all are routing and switching. That's why I'm giving example of routing and switching only.
Okay.
So we
So
can
policies succeed. Okay, let's first verify, then we'll take all the questions and then we'll take the break. Okay. Okay.
okay.
So policy is installed. So let me go to my firstly AD account. This is my client machine.
Okay.
HTTP 192.168.20.50. Fine.
तो checkpoint login है क्या?
कैप्चर पोर्टल पे गया ना, 191.168.1.1 पे गया. Hey, A1 was an AD user, right?
Yeah, that's.
Then why it went to captive portal then?
So it's login.
B1, B2 are the guest users, right?
No, there we haven't defined anything. There we haven't defined anything.
Okay.
Because there is only the user.
So when the user trying to access to the server 20.50, it will first ask.
First time it asks for authentication. Next time it is not asking. Okay. First time because every user firstly authenticate.
So how the process is first, where it will first hit the traffic, like to the AD server or to the
So
checkpoint?
firstly, it will move to the firewall. Firewall will give the captive portal. Once you enter to the user account detail, so it will send a AD query to AD server. With that AD query, it will get to know, okay, the A1 user account is exist, and the credential whatever he entered, that is the correct credential.
Okay. So once AD approved that the credential is okay, then checkpoint also known as this is the valid user,
Right.
and for next time it will automatically accept.
Right. Okay, so destination, let's say 192.168.20.50.
A1 user आ गया.
Clear? So now it is giving the identity, IP address, source, and destination. Okay, so it is showing the identity for the first time when it access because there is no authentication, so it redirect to where? Identity awareness.
The first hit.
Right? So it is giving that information.
So now next time when the user will log in, the log is like will look like the above 2 line, right?
Right. So let's say if I, for the FTP, it is not asking any authentication because that user is already authenticated.
Yes. So when it will forget? Till the firewall live. I mean,
Yeah. So where is the FTP log? You can see here.
No, if the firewall reboot, it will forget all the things, or it will keep.
So you have to again push the policy, na? If your firewall is reboot. Firewall reboot means in which condition you are rebooting that thing. That is also you have to check out now.
No, somehow there is something like data center
Power issue, sir.
power issue or whatever, the firewall has rebooted. So that information, the access policy, those all are removed, or
So you the policy will not remove because you are just rebooting that device because that policy package will be there.
so all are remaining same, and also
Right.
it will accept also the username and password.
Right.
It will not ask. Okay.
Okay.
One question. Is there any like time interval between the communication between the smart console to the device?
Time interval means
I mean, it will the smart console or the gateway is sending like any keep alive message that
no the
to communicate.
timer. No, it's not a specific timer, but internally they are communicating with each other via SIG. Let me if I show you.
So there should be a timer, right? Like if for example my firewall got disconnected from network,
Hmm.
and still I can log in into the smart console, and I can see the policy are already there, but I couldn't push the policy. So in this situation, how the smart console can know that the device is live or not?
Gateway दिखेगा ही नहीं. You will not be able to see the gateway
वहां
in the
पे
first
क्रॉस दिखेगा, देखो
Cross दिखेगा.
यहाँ पे जो गेटवे एंड सर्वर्स है, लेट्स से देयर इज अ डिसकनेक्टिविटी एनी हाउ,
हाँ, ये दिखेगा नहीं, यहाँ पे क्रॉस
स्क्रीन
आएगा.
यहाँ पे रेड हो जाएगा.
Okay.
ठीक है, वो रेड हो गया मतलब कि कोई ना कोई कनेक्टिविटी इशू आ गया है आपको. ठीक है, तो उस केस में अगर आपका दोबारा अप हो गया है और उसके अप होने के बाद भी अगर ऑटोमेटिक अगर ग्रीन नहीं आता है,
तो फिर हमको वो फिर से वो विजार्ड पे जाना पड़ेगा.
नहीं विजार्ड पे नहीं जाना पड़ेगा आपको. ठीक है, एक बार आपको सिक को रीजनरेट करके दोबारा से आपको उसको ऑथेंटिकेट करना होगा. दैट्स इट.
SIG, why we will regenerate the SIG again and again? It will not synchronize for if the device reboot or disconnected.
I'm just giving an option. Let's say everything is correct, you rebooted, and somehow internal communication is not happening. Okay,
Then we can
just
do
to
that.
make a fresh communication. Okay, then you have to do that task. If after rebooting, if there is no issue, automatically it will come up as a green.
Okay.
Clear this thing.
Yes.
So let's take a break.
Of course.
Okay, so we'll meet after 10 to 15 minutes, and after that we'll discuss the next thing.
Okay.
We'll rejoin at 11:45.
11:45.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
इधर टैग ही नहीं किया है और उधर बोल रहे हैं कि सब भर दो टाइम कार्ड।
फिर भर देना।
टाइम कार्ड भर दो।
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
We'll discuss the theory part of VPN also. Okay, but right now I'm just making the topology. This is my SMS. Good. SG. BRSG. So we had to make a site-to-site VPN. In CCSA, we have to just discuss about the site-to-site VPN. Now, in site-to-site VPN, what we will do, we will make we'll try to communicate this branch to this branch or a IPsec site-to-site tunnel. Now, if you want to form any VPN, your first requirement connectivity. Okay, so we need a connectivity from HQ2 branch. Clear this part? Now, for the connectivity, you have to just tell me the steps what I have to do. So, this is my PC. So, I have my GUI machine, firewall, SMS, router. Let me start two more machines, which is BRSG. Anywhere BRSG is there?
Yeah, below pub.
Okay, this is not installed. DMG machine we don't require. So let's say if you have this topology, so tell me what route I have to add here. No. First thing, we have to connect that remote gateway. For that remote gateway, we have a rule. That's not an issue. Next, we want to connect that branch. For that, we have a rule. Okay. Any other thing is required for the connectivity purpose? We need a route on the router. Let us verify. So to reach into that network, we have a route. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
So what you are getting a MS Paint, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Currently MS Paint.
So now tell me what is VPN?
Virtual private network.
That's okay.
Connecting to one source to destination, a kind of private tunnel through a public cloud.
So VPN is basically VPN provide a private network over the public network.
Yes.
A secure connectivity. So let's say right now we have these devices into HQ. This is my firewall, HQSG. After that we have a router. On the router, then we have a branch firewall. And inside that we have these branch PCs. So if you want to communicate HQ to branch, okay, so this router is doing routing. So if you are going via simple routing, your data will be into clear text form, right? So if you want to secure that data, what you can do, you can make a VPN here to here. That will be your VPN tunnel. Clear this thing? Now, how that VPN will work? Let's say there is a PC number 1 and PC 1 want to communicate this PC number 6. What will be the flow? Firstly, this PC, let's say PC 1 here, it is pinging 192.168. Let's say 3.10. Okay, so this is your first. This PC create the data for particular this IP address. The data received by firewall, right? Now what this firewall do? Let's say this is your data received by the firewall. On the firewall, data will be, this firewall will encrypt the data, and that encrypted data forward through the VPN tunnel. Through that VPN tunnel, the data received by this firewall. This firewall decrypt data and forward to PC number 6. Clear? Any confusion? How this VPN tunnel will form, that part we'll see. We have to see that thing practically.
That's fine.
Right? So now, to form any tunnel, it's a site-to-site tunnel, GRE tunnel, IP4 to IPv6 tunnel, any kind of tunnel, the first requirement is we need a reachability from here to here. If you have reachability, then you can form the tunnel. Okay. So VPN is basically to sending the private network data over public network with security. So that security is maintained by the VPN tunnel. Okay. So if you talk about VPN, VPN is like frame relay is a kind of VPN, ATM technology kind of VPN, IPsec tunnel is a VPN, GRE tunnel is a VPN, MPLS is a VPN, right? So these are the types of VPN. VPN model. Any idea about that? How many type of VPN model we have?
So VPN model means VPN type you're talking about?
No. We have two type of VPN model. One is
Overlay and peer-to-peer.
right. Now, what is overlay VPN? Let me give you an example. Let's say frame relay. GRE. And here I'm giving you MPLS. Now give me an explanation.
So I guess in overlay means the provider is not involving in any kind of routing. It's just
Exactly.
providing the connectivity.
Exactly.
And in peer-to-peer, ISP is involving in routing.
Exactly. Any confusion?
So in simpler means it's something like an L2 layer and L3 layer, which is provided by service provider.
No, it is
No.
It is just means in overlay VPN provider is giving you the connectivity from source to destination. That's it. It will not involve in the routing part of the private network.
Yeah, it means a simple L2 link between end to end.
No, that
it
is a
depends.
point to point.
L2, L3,
That is like a point to point.
but
Then you,
ISP will not engage in any kind of routing stuff of the end networks. But in
Okay.
MPLS, ISP will engage.
like you have Metro Ethernet, you have point to point link. Those are the overlay. Am I right?
Let me give you an example. So I'm giving an example of okay. Let's say
You know, Q tunnel.
QNQ tunnel. This is Bangalore, Mumbai, 2 branches. This is your private network, your private network. Okay. Now, let me give you an example of firstly overlay VPN. In what we are doing in overlay VPN, let's say I'm taking example of GRE tunnel. In the GRE tunnel, this is your ISP and this is your ISP. Now, in GRE tunnel, this is your physical connectivity. From here to here, you can put a static route or anything, any dynamic routing, right? Now, on this end, we are not doing any kind of routing. Okay, so that traffic will be from your network to, it will reach to this router. This router will directly forward that traffic to the tunnel. And via tunnel, the traffic reach to here. How it will reach? Let's say inside your network, you are running EIGRP. Here you are running EIGRP. Okay, I'm just explaining the basic process how that tunnel will form. If you want to do this lab in your like on the routers and on GNS3, how you can do that thing. Let's say this is my internet router. Okay, and let's say here I have 192.168.1.0. Here I have 192.168.3.0. Let's say between this I'm taking 12, 13, let's say 23, 34, 45 network. Okay, so if you are on Bangalore router, let's say you are running EIGRP and there you advertise, let's say 12 network and this 192.168.1.0/2. This is your internal network information. Same way into the Mumbai 45 and 192.168.1.3.0, this network. Here you can run EIGRP. If you run EIGRP on this link and on this link, what will happen? Your internal network information will reach to the internet, right? This is internet.
Yeah.
So on internet, we will never use any dynamic routing, correct?
Right.
So for that, what I can do, I can make a GRE tunnel to provide a connectivity, this connectivity. So let's say this cloud part is taken care by the ISP. So maybe he is putting any default router or anything. Okay, how the ISP is doing that routing, that's ISP task. Now, if you want to form any tunnel, right? So you need a reachability from here to here to form any kind of tunnel. So now in that case, if you are doing overlay VPN, then you will just tell to the ISP, okay, I just want a connectivity from here to here. Connectivity. That's it. So whatever he is doing, like how he is doing routing, that is not our concern. He will just make a connectivity here to here. After that, we will make this GRE tunnel. Because to form any tunnel, you just need a connectivity from here to here. In the GRE, what we will do, we will firstly form the GRE tunnel. Once GRE tunnel is up, then we will run the same protocol there in the GRE also, inside the GRE tunnel. So after that, what will happen, when you will forward the data, your data will reach to the ISP, Bangalore ISP. Bangalore ISP will see, okay, GRE tunnel is configured. It will forward that data to the GRE tunnel and the data received by the branch. In that case, overlay VPN, service provider just give the connectivity. Right now, here ISP is not participating in any routing part. Clear? If I take the same scenario with MPLS, let's say this is my MPLS domain. These two are my branches, HQ. BR. So whatever protocol you are running here, let's say EIGRP. In case of MPLS, when you are taking the connectivity from the service provider, that router is known as PE router, provider edge router, right? So on the provider edge, from one branch to another, you are making a tunnel. In MPLS, that tunnel is known as MPBGP tunnel, multi-protocol BGP. So in that case, what will happen? You have to run BGP here also. To form this MPBGP tunnel. Here is my EIGRP, here is my BGP. So what I have to do? Let's say this BGP tunnel is up, right? So these routes are EIGRP routes, these routes are BGP routes, BGP tunnel. So can EIGRP carry BGP routes? Sorry, yeah. Can BGP carry EIGRP routes?
You have to redistribute.
Redistribute.
You have to do redistribute. And where you are doing redistribution?
P.
Service provider. Okay.
Service provider. So this is your peer-to-peer VPN. Means your service provider is participating into the routing. Once you redistribute, your routes will enter into the BGP. Via MPBGP tunnel, it will reach here. Again on this you have to do redistribution, then only the route will enter here. Got the concept? Yes. Overlay and peer-to-peer is clear or not?
Yeah, concept is okay, but still, I was thinking about for a normal GRE tunnel where there is no EIGRP as well. I'm just using static, okay. In that case also, from the PE router, I need to do a routing, right? Because
Routing where?
we are not bothered about it because they have to connect from their PE to PE still, right?
Hold on. Have you configured GRE tunnel?
Yeah.
So where you are putting the routes? You are putting the routes, or you are doing routing only into the internal network. You are not doing on the external network.
Yeah,
That external network is
agreed.
connectivity is done by the
Yeah,
ISP.
I agree because we are already only configuring our CE routers. Okay, because one IP will be at my one of the CE end, and at the other end of the CE I will have the next IP. That part is fine for me. But here, what I'm trying to see, for example, even though the inter route between my two, the reachability for these two IPs, our ISP is doing the routes in between, either static or whatever it may be. Okay, and if we are thinking in the very same way, yeah, here also the PE2PE connectivity routing is managed by ISP. ISP only through here we are using BGP, MPLS over BGP. Okay, instead of that, they may be using their internal protocol for the reachability of a GRE tunnels as well.
See, GRE if you are configuring the GRE, in that GRE, ISP is not participating. In the GRE, there is no need to run the particular MPBGP. Let's say whatever protocol you are running inside your network, same protocol you have to run into the GRE. That's it.
Okay, yeah, because what the difference what I get between this frame relay GRE tunnel with MPLS is like, for example, in frame relay and GRE, if I have an IP address on the very same subnet on the next IP will be at the other end. Okay, but for MPLS it's not mandatory. The routing need to be done in ISP.
Yeah.
Okay.
In MPLS you have to run only MPBGP protocol.
Okay, then it's something like a multiple subnet VLAN to VLAN, subnet to subnet communication through routing in peer-to-peer. But in overlay, that will be on the very same subnet. Like if I take a /30, one IP at my end, other IP at other end.
See, in the GRE, here you are running EIGRP, EIGRP, EIGRP. If it is my ISP, I'm not running EIGRP here. EIGRP is on this interface, and after that in this tunnel. The tunnel is not maintained by the ISP. You are maintaining that tunnel.
Agreed. Okay. Okay. Now it's clear. Okay. So I am managing the whole routing part.
Right.
Okay, and they are just providing the media to connect.
Right. They are just providing this connectivity.
Okay. And if we talk about the services, I just take a media connection from here to there.
Exactly.
But in the peer-to-peer, I'm depending upon their routing as well.
Right.
Okay.
Any other confusion? Now next part, types, site to site, remote access. Site to site is between the two branches. Remote access for the mobile users, for the remote users.
Okay.
In the site to site VPN, again we have lots of type of VPN is there. For example, we have GET VPN, we have GRE VPN, we have DM VPN, EZ VPN is there, IPsec VPN is there. If you talk about remote access VPN, We talk about site to site. If I give example, we have that VPN, we have GRE,
DM VPN, IPsec.
DM VPN, IPsec,
Easy.
remote access. We are not going to discuss all. This is the security part. SSL VPN is there. Any connect. Okay, clientless VPN is there. Then, okay. Just a second, let me check my firewall. It is done. Okay, just give me a second. So let me complete that. Okay. IPsec. Now tell me about something about IPsec. IPsec is a protocol that provides cryptography. Okay. Means it authenticates every packet, verify integrity of data, and maintain confidentiality. Clear this thing? So, IPsec. IPsec maintain the confidentiality, integrity of the data, and authenticity. So all these options we discuss in the security model. What is confidentiality? What is integrity? What is availability? All those stuff. Now, IPsec basically use three main protocol to create the security framework. Let me write those also. IPsec use three protocol to create security framework. First one, IKE. Second one, ESP. And third one is AH. IKE is Internet Key Exchange. ESP is encapsulating security payload and authentication header. Clear? IKE provide the negotiation of the security parameter. So your security parameter, if you remember, in IPsec we have two phases, phase 1, phase 2. So in phase 1 there is a security negotiation, right? So that is maintained by the IKE. Then ESP provide encrypting, authenticating and securing the data. Authentication header, it authenticate and secure the data. Clear this thing?
Yeah.
So phase 1 is for authenticating the peers for the negotiation, okay, and phase 2 is for actual sending of the data. Just a second, let me complete the installation. Security negotiation, and it will send actual data. What IP address I assign on firewall? Remember? Branch firewall. Guys, just a second. Let me complete the installation first. Otherwise, it takes time.
Okay.
No problem.
So this is a brief introduction about your IPsec. So lots of things are there between IPsec, right? What are the phase 1, what is phase 2, how many messages are exchanged, how many modes are there between phase 1 and then phase 2. Okay, so that is the theory part, okay, of Cisco. Read that thing, right? Otherwise, what I will do, I will share one PDF or one PPT. Okay, you can read from that thing.
Sure.
Now here we have to discuss about checkpoint
sure.
topology.
Thank you.
How the checkpoint is, like how the site-to-site VPN implement into the checkpoint. So in checkpoint, so checkpoint VPN topology. So one topology is mesh topology, and one is star. So mesh topology is like same way mesh topology, like for every branch have to create a point-to-point tunnel with each other, full mesh. Whereas star topology is like hub and spoke. Hub and spoke. Here, hub is known as central gateway, and spokes are known as satellite. Okay. And star topology is like your hub and spoke. For example, let's say this is my HQ. These are my branches. So you have to define HQ as a central gateway, and these will be satellites. Satellite. So your branches, your spokes are satellite, and your headquarter, your hub is your central gateway. This is done. So I make this branch gateway. So let's first verify each and everything. So on branch IP address is correct. Let's see the static route. Static route we have to change. So here gateway will be 200.20.3.1. Okay. So right now this topology is ready. Okay, this topology is ready. On the branch gateway, route is there pointing towards router. Here routes are there pointing towards this, and on the router we have routes, all the routes. Okay, you can see if I have to reach into this network 192.168.3.0, I put the correct gateway. If I want to move in 192.168.1.0, I have to forward the traffic to 200.20.2.254. Clear this thing? Any confusion?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, next. Now, firstly, we have to add that gateway to our centralized server, right? So yesterday I make a policy package. Let's create a new policy package for the branch. BR policy. I'm not creating the specific rules here. Okay, just to reduce the time. Otherwise, you can remove, you can do all the things there. Now, for the connectivity, all the rules are there. If this want to go anywhere, we have a rule. Okay. Let's try to connect the gateway. So if someone missed yesterday lab, so he can do from here also. So gateway. Now name, let's say branch firewall, branch SG1, IP address 200.20.3.254. One, two, three, four, five, six. Trust establish. Okay. Close. Network management. So gateway is added. Install the policy. Install. So it is showing both the policy. So it is showing both the gateways. I don't want to push this standard policy to the branch gateway. On branch gateway, I will just push that branch policy package. Done. Next task. Let me push this branch policy on the another gateway. So I don't want to push this thing on HQ firewall. Successful. So till now, this is my SMS. This SMS is maintaining this firewall, HQSG, and this branch SG, both. And on both the firewall, firstly, for VPN, first thing is reachability. For the reachability, if you see on both firewall, make a rule. So if you see, according to this rule, on the branch for firewall, everything is allowed, right? And if you come to the standard policy, in the standard policy, I make a rule, this rule number 7. If any traffic is going HQ internal to branch internal, otherwise I can do this task also. Branch to internal, then allow ICMP, HTTP, HTTPS. Accept that traffic and make the rule. So till now, reachability task is done.
Rakesh, why we can you go to that rule?
Yeah.
Yeah, why you're making in like is a for bidirectional purpose, internal
Yeah,
to okay.
Bidirectional purpose.
Okay.
So connectivity is fine. Next, we have to make the checkpoint site-to-site VPN. Okay. So that site-to-site VPN will make after lunch. Clear this thing? So after that, we have to just make the site-to-site VPN. And once that site-to-site VPN is done, then we have to move to the clustering part. So today's video will contain your 60% of the labs. Okay. So some of the like maybe day 1 and day 2, if I am able to download today, I will share those videos today, right? Otherwise, most probably you will get on the Monday. Okay. I checked the video size is approximate like 700 MB or 500 MB, right? So those will be uploaded. So firstly, I will send the video, and for that, okay, hold on. I think so. You need image. Guys, try to this link. Are you able to access this image?
Let me try.
Image is there.
Which image? We are only see the URL.
If you go to the URL, you will get the Google Drive. And on the Google Drive, there is an image.
There is a download option. No preview available, but download option is there.
So you can download. ISO image is there, R80.10. Okay.
Okay, I will download it from home. It's not allowing me to do this from office.
So now ISO image link I shared. I have to just share the data plus your videos, right? Okay, let's meet after lunch. It's 1 o'clock. Any question?
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
What time will meet? 2?
2. But
Okay.
make sure at 2. Don't late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay then. Catch you at 2.
Okay. So see this rule.
Can you
7.
share your screen, please?
Okay. Are you able to see?
Yeah, now.
Okay. So till now what we done? We add the remote gateway first thing. Okay. Second, we make a connectivity. Connectivity in the HQSG. I make this rule number 7 to communicate with my branch PC, and I apply this policy on my branch SG.
Previously it was any, right? Source destination.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So next task, we have to implement checkpoint VPN. So again, for the checkpoint VPN, you have to enable the bleed first thing. Now, let's say we'll go to the gateway and servers. There, double click on your firewall. Enable IPsec VPN. Okay. So once you enable the blade, then you have to go to IPsec VPN.
Okay.
Hold on. Here you have to go network management and VPN domain. In VPN domain, you have to select manually define, and here you have to select your network. Clear? So this step is defining, let's say you set the IPsec parameter. After that, you are creating the access list. Okay, which traffic you want to encrypt. Okay, so firstly, I enable the blade. Once my blade is enabled, I am defining which interface, which network I want to encrypt. Okay, that is my VPN domain.
Yeah, one second. Just after enabling the blade, we went to IPsec VPN, then to directly to VPN domain.
Yeah, let me show you again. Let's say I'm on branch SG. On the branch SG, you have to enable the blade, IPsec VPN, then network management. In the network management, you will get VPN domain. In that VPN domain, you have to define which network traffic you want to encrypt.
Okay.
So first step, you have to enable the blade.
Apart from that, internal branch, we can also assign a different network behind that.
Yeah, right. Then you have to go to the objects. In the objects, you will get hold on. Okay, this access tool. VPN communities. So by default, there are two communities are there, my internet and remote access. Okay, I will create my own. So you can go here. Okay, new and mesh. What name you want to give? For example,
IPsec
IPsec to be big.
okay. After that, you have to add both the gateway. For example, done. Any confusion?
So here we are defining the endpoints.
Right. Then encrypted traffic, encryption, tunnel management, services, secret, passwords. I'm leaving right now blank. These are for different type of VPN options. Okay. So by default, let's say if you know, like, okay, let's say your one device is checkpoint and one device is, let's say, Cisco ASA. Between them, you want to make a VPN tunnel, right? So let's say on ASA you are defining certain parameter like what will be the encryption, what will be the data integrity, what will be the Diffie happening group, right? So whatever options are there, you have to put the same option here only. Clear?
Okay, yeah, but just to add on that, like, as you said, if my one end device is a checkpoint, and at the other end, if I'm using a Palo Alto or ASA, then there was something called an interoperable device, something like that.
Right. Option is there.
So what is that actually? Can you tell me? Or is it mandatory to use that interoperable device when we connect with two different devices?
That option is under more. That option is there. Let me see where is that option.
Search option में नहीं मिलेगा क्या अगर you type in?
ये object search कर रहा है. Okay. Externally managed VPN gateway. So let's say if I click here, so you have to give the detail of that VPN domain here. Let's say Cisco ASA, whatever IP address is there, like that information you have to fill up here.
So remote gateway details you mean to say?
Right.
Okay.
Till now all clear? So till now what I done? I just enable the blade. After enabling the blade, what we done? We just define what is my interesting traffic through the domain, VPN domain. After that, we create a community, which is this. Okay, and this community we have to apply with my rule. So let's say on the security rules, same rule, just now in VPN, same way. Done. Let's see now. Ping 192.168.3.10. Right now I am on the GUI machine and I'm trying to ping my BR client machine. I'm able to communicate. Let's see the log. Okay. This lock and open lock representing your traffic is encrypted. Firewall going through the VPN blade. VPN gateway is this. What encryption mechanism is applied over there? The data is encrypted.
So that encryption mechanism, what it is showing, it is the default one, right?
Default one. If you want to change, you can change. There for the phase 1 negotiation, that must be same.
Okay, so Rakesh, normally in our situation, like for example, we have an internet link and we created IPsec tunnel in between. And is there any way in checkpoint, or do we really do a packet, a kind of giving a bottleneck for the packets? I mean, limiting bandwidth kind of stuff. Is there anything configuration like that in the checkpoint?
Bandwidth limit.
For example, for this particular VPN, the VPN what I have a 10 Mbps link, exit link, WAN link. So in our checkpoint or in our device, do we have an option to limit the bandwidth for a
VPN traffic?
Yeah, VPN traffic. Yeah, I mean, we are still facing such an issue. Like, we have created an IPsec tunnel, which is really a normal tunnel where we don't have any high-end configuration, only very same configuration as you said. Okay. But the thing is that the users are getting very slow access and throughput is very low. Okay. And we tried that, we can see that they're getting very 44 kbps of speed and kind of stuff. And even we have
QoS policy you can manage.
Sorry?
QoS policy you can do. Okay,
I mean, to limit the bandwidth, then we need to install something like QoS or something on top of it, right?
Right.
Okay, and by default it is not blocking or limiting or doesn't have a limited bandwidth,
nothing
like that, right?
Shiljit, in our case, QoS is not enabled, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, in the normal configuration, is there any limit which we need to extend or something like that? Or will it take the full bandwidth normally?
Normally, it will take the full bandwidth. But if you are applying the QoS policy, you can do that thing.
Okay.
Okay. So this is your.
So this is something like just go to enabling the VPN blade, and we need to create an IP domain where we will be telling the intercept traffic, like which will be our the traffic from where it will be going, and then creating 2 gateways, the participating gateways, 2 endpoints, and the basic tunnel configuration, like as you said, the IK and our algorithm through which it should be encrypted. And the authentication.
When you are doing on the routers or into the firewall, let's take an example of 2 routers. Right? In the firstly, let's say you have an R1 router. So firstly, you are making the phase 1. Right? So you will run like, okay, what are the phase 1 parameters? You will write that. After that, you are matching the interesting traffic.
Right.
So that thing, like matching all the parameters, that comes under the VPN community.
Right.
And there are certain options which are by default set. I'm not modifying anything. So if you go here, basically in VPN community, in this community, we haven't touched these options, right?
Okay, they are all by default.
They
Whatever.
are all by default. Let's say encrypted traffic, encryption. You can see these things. IK phase 1 and phase 2.
So these are phase 1, phase 2 parameters, right?
Right.
Yes, encryption and all those stuff. Shared secret.
Okay, and that ACL part we are mapping through.
Rakesh, 1 minute. Before closing this, can you go to that encrypted traffic sub option? So here is one option: accept all encrypted traffic. What does this mean exactly?
Is accept.
If
Right now we are defining the particular one, na? Into the VPN domain. Remember?
No, yeah, in VPN domain we are only.
We are defining the interesting traffic, right? Means which subnet should be part of VPN or whose traffic will get should get passed through the tunnel for encryption purpose, right? So ultimately we are the other end should accept the encrypted traffic, right? Then what is the use of this particular? I don't understand that.
If you want to apply for all the traffic, all the subnets, then no need to select that particular internal gateway, VPN domain.
No, but I am specifically defining which subnet should use the VPN, right?
Yeah, that is my interesting traffic.
Yeah, that is that traffic only will get encrypted while passing through the tunnel.
Right.
Not others.
Right.
We are specifically defining the traffic. Then I don't understand what is this option is accept all encrypted traffic means whatever traffic passing through the tunnel, the other end should have to accept only, right?
Right.
Because it is defined to be passed through the VPN to be encrypted. Then why this option separately? That I didn't understand.
And where we are calling that VPN domain then here? In VPN, I created a community. In community, am I calling the VPN domain you created now? VPN domain we are creating when I am creating the IPsec or enabling the IPsec on the network. I am saying that the IPsec blade is enabled for this device, and the IPsec is only applicable for this particular subnet, right?
Right.
So if I'm not creating any subnet over there, I'm simply creating a VPN community. Okay, and if by checking this or without checking this, will all the traffic will come through? You mean to say?
No, you have to define the VPN domain, otherwise it will not travel.
So VPN domain means encryption domain, right?
Right.
The subnet which we should get encrypt while sending the traffic out, right?
Right.
Okay, domain is there, and I'm creating a VPN community. VPN community, I'm not calling the domain, right? The domain which I'm defined is attaching to a blade itself. So if I create one more VPN community, okay, in that VPN community also the same domain will use that community also?
It can use for the different services.
Okay, so now let me ask you, like for example, I need to create 2 tunnels, okay? 2 tunnels, one for this HQ internal to BR to other side, and I have one more, for example, HQ DMZ I have. From DMZ I have to go through another site, another VPN domain. So in that case, when we define the VPN domain, I have to add the DMZ subnet as well. I mean, I have 2 LAN subnets, okay? One is HQ internal, and I have one more LAN subnet. And for one VPN, I'm using this. Whatever you created is my one VPN, and I need to create one more VPN community. So, but in that, the source will be my second LAN community, second LAN. Yeah, this one I'm talking about. You manually defined. You added one subnet over here. Can I add more over here? Because I'm not seeing an option to create one more VPN domain as the VPN domain is attached to a blade.
Only one network. Can I set multiple? VPN domain.
Yeah.
Shilij, you're asking multiple VPN domains for the single VPN or for two separate VPNs?
No, even for single or different, like, can we set multiple VPN domains? First question. If not, in this VPN, can you add one more object? Because here we have added VRInt. Okay, and I can't see option to see add one more.
Right, right.
So can we?
In this option, it is not showing, but that option will work all IP address behind the gateway based on the topology information.
Okay, this is fine. These were all IP address. So manually assigning, you are telling only about one interface or one defined object network. So let us take two objects. So either one or all. Is that the way?
Right.
Or
Customization.
Or then we can create object group as well, right? Adding multiple objects into an object group.
Object grouping.
Yeah,
Yeah, that part you can do. Through that.
Then, yeah, in objects, if I'm adding one network object I added, one subnet, another network object I also added, then I can add that network in object group, right?
Right.
Can you try creating an object group?
Let's say test.
In this, you add the BRInt and DMZ.
Right.
Two interface you add here. Any two of that BR. Let it be BRInt and BR out. It's fine. Now you close it. Okay. Now we go to the VPN domain. Now in the domain, VPN domain, can you see the test option is here?
No, I think it should reflect. Yeah.
Then it's fine. Then right now I added a group and there are
Yeah. Then in that case we need to create a network object containing the number of
subnets we need, and that can be called here.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Just right. Okay.
So that is the only way to find the multiple.
Right.
That question is done. So it means we can create only one VPN domain where we need to add all those IP address. For example, right now we have added two groups over here. Okay. Now I'm going to create an IPsec VPN. There I'm not talking about any domain for my community. When I'm creating a community, no domain is called. Like whatever domain is defined, that will be allowed. So does it mean that for those two subnets are allowed to go through this? And can you come to the rule? And that will clarify my question. Can you come to the rule? That will make easy. In rule, what we are calling there. What is a VPN rule? Okay, so here I am calling the community. Okay, in the community as well, I have two endpoints. That's all.
Yeah, in community we have called the gateways, right?
Only two gateways we are calling. Yes. For example, for another IPsec also, my private IP will be my gateway here. My gateway remains the same for all the VPNs, and at the other end also. So still in this, the other subnet can also create the traffic. What I mean to say, for example, you have selected that BR in and out. For example, let it be a DMZ zone and a normal LAN zone. Both are added to VPN domain. Now, internal zone can communicate as you have shown, whatever we have created. Now the DMZ zone also can communicate, right?
Right.
Then how I can restrict? Like for example, I want this VPN only for my internal to other internal. And on the very same time, I have SQ DMZ to site DMZ, one VPN, SQ internal to site internal. If it is so, and if it is only one VPN domain, we cannot segregate that, right? Because nowhere I'm seeing we are calling an IP address. No, we are just calling a community and allowing the traffic. Or yeah, we can do that. In the same rule, whatever you are creating in the VPN, we call this VPN. But in the source and destination, I can tune only allow
Right.
DMG or only allow internal. Okay, that's also done. Ask. Okay,
Everything is like based on the rules and the
okay. While thinking more, yeah, we are getting it. Need to spend time.
you have to do all
Hey,
the labs and
Rakesh.
you have to make it your own lab, then all things will be done.
Okay.
Hey Rakesh, in case of the checkpoint, we have observed that there is IPsec is a different feature and QoS is a different feature. So
Right.
is it possible that we can use the IPsec in case of the QoS?
Yeah, QS you can implement
So
anywhere.
where is that option is available in
QS.
case of the IPsec?
QS blade is not enabled.
No, but that is for the whole checkpoint. Is that correct? If I need to apply one particular IPsec VPN, need to apply the QoS, and how it will be applied?
Like bandwidth restriction like that.
Yes.
There is option of limit.
And in VPN, we are covering only IPsec, right?
Right.
And the pending topic is now clustering, right?
Right.
Okay.
Actually, for the clustering, I had to delete this complete topology.
Oh, is it?
Because
time.
we lots of things we implemented. I don't want like okay, we have only 1 hour, and at that time like okay, practical is not done completely, right? So I have a spare setup, spare 2 gateways that are ready. No need to
Okay,
waste the time.
fine.
So we'll
Because
delete this
we
gateway
need to
and
manage
we'll
the
do
time, that's why.
right. There is a limit option. Where is that? Let me check and I will give you that information. There is a limit option. You can set the particular limit, download limit, each and everything.
Okay. For bandwidth limit as well in case
Right.
of IPsec. Okay.
Right.
So it is not enabled by default, right? We have to
Right.
enable it.
Every blade you have to enable it. Nothing is by default. Okay, I'm closing this right now for this gateway, FW1. Okay, so let me remove this thing from the gateway first. So now I don't require BR client, I don't require now. Power off. BRSG I don't require. Servers. Leave it. Yes. Able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So both the gateway are having 4 interfaces. Okay. Till now we just connected 3 interfaces, right? Like HQ in, HQ out, and DMG. Now we include one more interface, which is my sync interface. Sync between SG1 and SG2, so that they can make cluster. On that sync link, they are sending just a heartbeat. Okay.
Okay.
Now, firstly, we'll complete the theory part, and then we'll see the lab configuration. Now, checkpoint clustering. So, in normal ways, like clustering, you can do in checkpoint Cisco SA also, right? Now, security gateway and the VPN connection are business critical devices. The failure of the security gateway of one VPN connection, that can result the loss of the active connections, right, and access to the critical data. So what we can do, we can make a cluster. In that cluster, we can define the two firewall. If your one gateway goes down, no issue, my traffic will pass through another gateway. Okay, you will get redundancy option there. So there is a solution which is the Cluster-XL. Cluster-XL is a checkpoint software-based cluster solution. Checkpoint use Cluster-XL protocol, right? It's a proprietary protocol of the checkpoint. Cluster solution for the security gateway redundancy and the load sharing. A Cluster-XL security cluster contains the identical checkpoint gateway. Means number of the interface must be same, memory must be same, CPU must be same. Then only you can make the cluster. Otherwise, your cluster will not sync. A high availability security cluster ensure the security gateway and the VPN connection redundancy by providing the transparent failover of the backup security gateway in the event of failure. So if you make the cluster and one of your gateway goes down, no issue, you have a redundant gateway. Load sharing you can do. Okay, let me take a glass of water. I will come.
Hello guys.
Hi sir, welcome to DAY. Nice to meet you. Swapnil,
Sir.
how's the thing still now? All good? Hello? I thought I got disconnected. Sorry.
ये ट्रेनिंग की कॉस्ट पूछनी है मुझे क्या है
$600
घंटा
recording. Chalo, let him come. Then you ask, huh? Then, yeah, if it is reasonable, then I would like to go for the next training.
Your checkpoint device which you are working on, that is configured with cluster or not?
Cluster के लिए sir एक और चाहिए. Cluster configure करना तो we need one more checkpoint.
तो मंगवा लेंगे शिलजीत क्या बोलता है यार अपने को
अभी
टेस्ट
सिंगल
करना
है
है
क्या?
ना अभी सिंगल है
कहाँ पे checkpoint
तो एक काम करो ना,
फिलाडेल्फिया मंगवा लेते हैं ऑर्डर
फिलाडेल्फिया पे है यार क्लस्टर में कौन बोला है कि
अरे
क्लस्टर में
एक काम
क्लस्टर
करो, अपने पीसी में VM डाल के दूसरा एक फायरवॉल डालो और क्लस्टरिंग
VM actually we don't need VM, we have real checkpoints in that, you know, in Philadelphia DR we have real. Swapnil,
हाँ सर
today we will do clustering on those checkpoints, okay?
दोनों बंद कर देंगे और चालू करेंगे स्टार्टिंग से
Of course.
From scratch.
बढ़िया है यार तुम लोगों को।
भाई तू भी आ रहा है मुंबई में अभी तू भी IBI में आ जा शीतल से बात कर ले
नहीं इसको ऑन साइट भेजते हैं लुवन में बैठ जाना तो
किधर लोअर पर
कहाँ पे
अरे लोअर परेल नहीं भाई लुवेन भेजा
तो लोअर परेल में रह जाएगा
भाई लुवेन भेज रही थी लोअर परेल के ख्वाब देख रहे हैं यार
भाई लोअर परेल में भी अच्छा है सब क्राउड
यार ABI में अभी ऑन साइट ऑप्शन था वर्ल्ड कप में बियर बांटने के लिए बंदे चाहिए थे उसको
चेकपॉइंट से कहां पहुंचे
ये
आप
क्या है एग्जैक्टली
हैं
कोई कस्टमर है क्या
कौन
ABI
हाँ ABI कस्टमर है क्लाइंट है
वाइन कस्टमर
यूरोप का बियर फैक्ट्री है
बियर है वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 बियर है वो
क्या बात है यार ये तुम्हारे लिए एक मौका है यार कस्टमर को पटाओ और कोर में जाओ
इससे बढ़िया कहाँ पे
कोर में जाओ ABI में मतलब ABI के डोमेन में चले जाओ इंस्टेड ऑफ कैप्जेमिनी
नहीं हमें बुलाया था हम तीनों को बुलाया था ड्यू टू प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स वी डिनाइड द ऑफर
Okay.
Let's start.
Let's
Rakesh is
start.
good.
Now, so here in the clustering, we will just see the basic clustering high availability option. Okay, the advanced clustering is into CCSE, right? Load sharing options, and here we are using the cluster Excel. In CCSE, you have to use VRRP protocol. Okay, so first thing.
So yeah, one second. So while we do the clustering, we have seen two options, like one has VRRP and one has cluster Excel.
Right.
Cluster Excel is, you mean to say that this is checkpoint proprietary?
Checkpoint proprietary protocol.
Okay, so what should be the best one that we can use in the market? Either VRRP or cluster Excel. What should be the best?
Cluster Excel.
Cluster Excel only. Okay. So if you then you mean VRRP means if you are clustering between two different devices, that's not feasible, right?
No, that is not feasible.
Then
You
why
can
we use?
see here they are giving all the options, right? Like VRRP is also there, Cluster Excel is there.
Yeah, normally we gives a non-proprietary protocol to match with a different device, but we already told that the CPU, memory, RAM, and make and model, everything should be same. We are not seeing a feasibility for a third-party compliant, right?
Hardware should match the interface.
Everything, everything, not only hardware.
That's it. Then proprietary is enough, right?
Okay, high availability. So how the Cluster Excel work? A Cluster Excel use the state synchronization to keep active connection alive and prevent the data loss when a member fails. So it uses a CCP protocol basically. Cluster control protocol. A cluster control protocol is a glue that link together the member of the security cluster. CCP traffic is distant to the ordinary traffic, network traffic, and can view through the network sniffer. CCP run on the particular this UDP port 8116. It allows cluster member to report their own state and learn about the state of other members by sending the keep alive packet. For that, they are using that sync link. Okay, state synchronization. There is no need to add a rule in the security rule base for accepting the CCP. So when we define the link between SG1 to SG2, okay, that will use the CCP protocol, but for the CCP, no need to define any rule because that is the proprietary protocol and that is allowed. It is not carrying any data. It is just for synchronizing the two firewall, just to carry the heartbeat of the system.
Okay.
Configuring Cluster Excel. Make sure your CPU, motherboard, memory, number of types and slots are same. So for that, here, where is my VMware? This is my SG1. So I gave 2 GB memory, 4 processors, 80 GB hard disk, and there are 4 interfaces. Okay. So first interface is into HQLAN. Second interface is HQ out. Third interface is DMG. Fourth interface is the sync interface. Getting?
Yeah.
Okay. Same way on HQHG, everything is same. LAN, HQ out, DMG, and sync. So let me start these two machines. So firstly, we have to add these two firewall to the SMS. Then we have to enable the clustering. You can enable the cluster via two ways. First way, when you are installing the security gateway, at that time it is showing, do you want to make this gateway as a part of security cluster? Remember?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah.
are taking that.
So either you can put checkbox at that time. Otherwise, let's say if you haven't put that checkbox, you can do the task through the CLI also.
Okay.
So that option we check. Now we go through CLI.
Apart from CLI, can you do on that GUI? For example, I forget the command.
Forget the command means?
I mean, how to do that? I don't know on CLI, but
See, for example, like in GUI, everything is into my smart console. In the CLI, all the configuration is under cpconfig. For example, we are resetting the SIG now.
Yes, yes.
Same thing. For example,
अभी नया command करना पड़ेगा ना.
Okay, checkpoint secure Excel.
yes.
Okay,
You want
it
to
is
enable
all.
the secure cluster membership for the gateway.
Secure Excel, I mean that is the
No, that secure Excel is the different thing. Sixth option.
number
Enable
6.
the
Okay.
cluster membership for this gateway.
Okay.
6. Enter.
So there is no password using for that, right?
That is the cpconfig. Password is for the user administration.
No, like a SIG we have using a key, right?
No. This is the feature. Enable or disable. Okay. So you have selected to enable the cluster membership for the security gateway. Are you sure? Yes. That's it. And after that, you have to reboot.
Reboot.
Hey, one stupid question. If I have a single standalone checkpoint gateway and I have enabled that clustering,
Okay.
is there any impact or anything?
No.
Nothing, na? So we can
Just
make it.
you just enable the feature. Cluster is not formed at that time.
Okay. So we can initially we can enable that to avoid the reboot.
Right.
निखिल याद रखना पहले से ही कर देना बाद में जरूरत नहीं है
हमारे ऑलरेडी क्लस्टर में है अभी स्क्रैच से करेंगे तो
स्क्रैच से क्लस्टर में है वी आर ऑलरेडी इन क्लस्टर एक्सेल I still remember those options.
So Rakesh, can you know whether the clustering is enabled or not enabled?
Where?
Suppose when we have installed the gateway,
if you enable at that time, here you will get disable option.
Okay.
Okay, now Bibia, you can try on your XQSC one. There you must get disabled because we checked that at that time, right? You can try that.
OS is on. This is also. So my first step is done. Okay. So second, so this is my SG1. So here, let's say Ethernet 1, which is going out. .20.2.252. DMG is not required, but third interface is my sync interface. It is going out. So 200.20.2.252. 253. Any confusion in IP addressing?
No.
It's done. This is just IP addressing configuration part. Now, gateway and servers.
Yeah, Rakesh, can you configure this in wizard mode?
What?
You have selected classic mode, right? You told yesterday like there is no difference much.
Okay, another like firewall I will add that.
Okay, okay, fine.
SG. Let's say SG1. One 92.168.1.70. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
कैप्जेमिनी में वैकेंसी है.
Trust establish. Okay, ultimately you reach the same page.
Okay.
Is it necessary to modify the interface with the network?
Recommendation.
Okay.
See, it's a last lab. I don't want to take any chance because right now setup is ready, right? Otherwise, we have to make again 2 firewalls. We have to add. It take time. So I to
नाही चालू आहे मी ना माझं चालू आहे ना नेट कसं बंद करू
done. So next step, install the policy.
And Rakesh, when we're creating the sync link, okay, is it just a simple as Ethernet link? Any of the Ethernet link we can select and we just need to connect each other, or is there a specific configuration for the sync links?
No configuration for the sync link.
Okay, just connect any of the interface with the other device. That's all. Okay.
What is in any configuration issues till now? So till now what we done, we just enable the clustering part on the gateway, then we'll reboot the device, right? After that we added both the gateways to the SMS. Any confusion till now?
No.
Okay. Next, you have to go to the same star option, then cluster, classic mode. Name of the cluster, IP of the cluster.
One dot one dot one dot one.
How we will define the IP here? Because we are mentioning on the cluster, there will be two IPs, right?
Yeah.
But
Any IP address you can take. Let's say if I'm taking here 192 dot, if you want to take, let's say I haven't used 150.
so this should be the virtual IP, right?
Right.
No, okay. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
This is the different subnet, right?
Right.
192.168.1 network we have already used
Already.
for it.
That's why I took 10.10.10.1.
Yeah, we can use this yeah, like that different, like 1.1.1.1, 2.2.2.2.
No, but Rakesh, in cluster we should be use the same subnet, right?
Of the interface.
What,
That
yeah,
will be the
what?
virtual IP.
No. Let's say, for example, for one of the gateway, I have used, say, I mean, 190, whatever you currently configured, 192.168, 1.70, and for other one it is 1.80, right? So that is the management IP of that gateway, correct?
Yeah.
Then the cluster IP should be belongs to the same subnet, right?
For
In which
interface IP address should be belong to that virtual IP address.
Yes.
The device management IP.
that's what I'm saying.
So have you configured a failover on ASA? On failover ASA, we have configured a IP address, right? For failover region. For the MAT, we have configured a IP address.
No, what we're trying to say, like for a sync link, there will be one link connecting from one checkpoint to another checkpoint. On those interfaces, whatever IP we are assigning, so if it is a 10 series IP, for example, at one end is 10.1.1.1, other end 10.1.1.2, then the virtual IP should also be at the same series. Let it be 10.1.1.3. That should be the way, right?
See this, whatever I am giving 10.1.1.1, that is the management interface IP address.
And that management interface are the interfaces through which the sync link is connected?
Through?
Okay, sync link will be connected to some of the interfaces, right? Physically.
Right.
Okay, that interface must have the same series of IP address, right?
On every device right now there is a management port. If you want to access your particular device directly through the management IP, you can access, right?
Yes.
That IP is that. Whatever you are telling, like we have a LAN, okay. Yep. For that LAN, we need a IP address of the same network, so that if one gateway goes down, so that will go with another one, right?
Right.
We are doing that task. Don't worry about that.
Okay, you continue. We'll go there. Once you connect the sync link, I will ask this question.
Hold on. Let's just.
So this clustering is like we are doing configuring VRRP only, right?
Like that only.
Yeah, same way.
So we define this thing, then we move to the cluster member. In this cluster member, you have to add existing gateways. So one by one, you have to add the gateway.
in the cluster, the sync cable must be connected to directly point to point.
Right.
We can't use in a network like if we will use any device between.
Just a second.
I guess we can use.
Yeah, we can use.
You can use, and if there is any intermittent firewall or something comes between, you must allow that particular CCP port. That's all. 1816 or something he told, right? CCP port.
8116.
That need to be allowed. That's all.
UDP 8116. Remember that, huh? Interview question.
No man, no one will ask. No one will ask those questions. If they ask, you can say the concept. This is the thing. I don't remember the port. No, people need concept, not facts. स्वप्निल देखना विवेक कल ही इंटरव्यू दे देगा चेक पॉइंट एसएमडी बन के जाएगा ये
भाई तू तो कंसेप्ट की बातें कर रहा है यार तूने तो ऑलरेडी दिया है एक्सपीरियंस बोल रहा है
Right.
बोलती बंद
हाँ बिल्कुल मुंबई वाले और पुणे वाले एक साथ
नहीं एक्चुअली concept ही correct है. You don't need to remember the port and all the things.
ये भी एक्सपीरियंस बोल रहा है
हाँ
ये भी एक्सपीरियंस ही बोल रहा है
हाँ वही ना नहीं I have never given any interview for checkpoint yet.
भाई सिलजीत से
I have never mentioned I have worked on checkpoint.
इसलिए तो ट्रेनिंग ले रहे हैं ना हम लोग
भाई अभी ऐड कर देगा ना
आज रात को रिज्यूम बना देगा
विवेक सब मेंशन करने का अभी आईपी से क्लस्टरिंग
इसका रेज्यूम वैसे भी भर गया यार ईआरआरपी एचएसआरपी
थोड़ा चेक करेगा ना और चेक पॉइंट ऐड करने के लिए
IPv4 IPv6 एक्सेस लिस्ट ये सब लिखा हुआ है
विवेक तू ध्यान मत दे इसके ऊपर सिलजीत बहुत पहुंचा हुआ है यार तू ध्यान मत दे
अरे सिलजीत पूरा एकदम मास्टर है वो I know very well him at
कैसे
Bangalore.
मास्टर भी है और गुरु घंटल भी है वो
कैसे 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 तुझे कैसे पता है इसके बारे में
अरे हम लोग मिले थे ना बैंगलोर में
कभी हाँ
अभी तो 2 महीने पहले ही मिले थे
मैं इन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दिया था SD वैन का
तूने
अरे वो एसडीएन में वो जो ट्रेनर था ना उसको पागल बना दिया था ये दिलजीत ने वो बोला भाई मेरे मैं तेरा पैर पड़ता हूँ ज्यादा कुछ मत पूछ
शिलजीत हमको कभी ट्रेनिंग देगा फिर अभी एसडीएन का
अभी नेक्स्ट वीक ABA में SDN का स्टार्ट होगा मतलब ABA में आ रहा है वो देन आई विल मैं एक सेशन अरेंज करके बता दूंगा फॉर श्योर
एक सेशन में नहीं निपटने का भाई
अरे एक सेशन नहीं वो
लेकिन वो ट्रेनिंग अच्छा था यार SDN इट वाज रियली नाइस
एक्सटर्नल ट्रेनर था क्या
हाँ हाँ वो लॉजिक लगा के ना हम घुमा रहे थे उसको
ओके
तो लेकिन ये जो बात बोली ना मतलब पैर पड़ रहा है वो तो विवेक से ही बोला क्योंकि तुम्हें पता है ना कोई भी ट्रेनर विवेक से रास्ते में बोलेगा ही भाई पैर पकड़ रहा हूँ चुप रहो
मतलब वो फीलिंग उसका ऐसा हो गया था
हाँ तुम्हें फील हुआ ना दैट्स व्हाई आई एम टेलिंग मुझे तो फील हुआ नहीं ऐसे ये यार जस्ट किडिंग मैन
सब बोल के किडिंग किडिंग करता है तो मुझे पता है
We are not kids, Shiljit.
Wait.
Yeah, Rakesh, where are you?
निखिल
हाँ बोल ना.
अभी भी बच्चा है यार.
अच्छा ठीक है चल. राकेश आ रहा है यार. Keep ping them back.
Okay.
अपन भी ब्रेक लेते हैं 10 मिनट का.
गुड आइडिया. स्वप्न भाई, आइडिया कहाँ से आते हैं यार?
तो हमने ऑलरेडी ब्रेक ले चुका है. तुम में जाके है.
क्या करके है?
तुम में ब्रेक लेके आया.
ये स्वप्निल और निखिल तुम दोनों उधर ही बैठते हो क्या माइंड स्पेस में या अलग अलग?
नहीं, हम तो घर पे बैठते हैं.
स्वप्निल उसके घर पे, मैं मेरे घर पे.
मैं आज की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ऑफिस की बात कर रहा हूँ।
अब तो रोज की बात कर रहे हो.
डेली रूटीन बता रहा है.
नहीं, मैं तुमको अलग अलग बार की बात मतलब पूछने रहा हूँ, ऑफिस की बात।
हाँ, आते तो एक साथ आइरोली में ही आते. नहीं तो घर पे ही रहते.
ये लोग कभी पार्टी होती है तो तभी आते हैं यार.
भाई हम तो एक ही शहर में हैं. तू तो तेरा बोल ही मत.
स्वप्निल सब रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है यार. तुम यार हद है यार.
अच्छा,
चलो यार तुम लोग आ जाओ. लेट्स गो फॉर सम.
ये एडिट करेंगे यार.
इस बार उड़ीसा में जाएंगे, वहां जाके काम करेंगे. विल सी उड़ीसा.
आ जाओ यार, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। आई विल शो यू, आई विल
बहुत.
शो यू ऑल ओडिशा।
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, क्या नाम है, विवेक.
हाँ,
Honestly यार, I would like to see all those places. लैपटॉप लेके आएंगे.
एनी टाइम यू कैन कम। यू नो जगन्नाथ पुरी?
नहीं सर, घूमेंगे. पता नहीं, इसलिए तो आ रहा ना.
अरे
हाँ,
अभी
वो
वो हो
awesome
रहा
है.
है,
स्वप्निल,
अभी वो रथ यात्रा हो रहा है।
स्वप्निल
हाँ सर,
चले यार, एक डोंगर लेके हम घूम लेते यार पूरा
कल
इंडिया.
निकलते हैं क्या?
आई एम रेडी.
मैं भी
निकलो
रेडी
निकलो,
हूँ.
आज ही खत्म करके ही निकलो। ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद निकलो। एक दिन का ट्रैवल हो जाएगा, मंडे को वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर लेना। वैसे
फिर
तो पता नहीं, तुम कहीं भी लॉग इन करो यार, काम होने से मतलब है।
तब पता चलेगा तू मुंबई के लिए फ्लाइट पकड़ा संडे को. एक दिन मैं मुंबई जाऊंगा स्वप्निल के घर, बिना बता के जाऊंगा. बता के जाएगा तो वो बोलेगा भाई मैं दो.
एड्रेस किधर पता है लेकिन तेरे को?
एड्रेस तो मिल जाएगा भाई. कैप्जेमिनी डाटा सेंटर में डाटाबेस है मेरा. स्वप्निल के एड्रेस की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. मुंबई सिटी में जाओ, मर ले आओ.
भाई का फोटो दिखा खाली, दरवाजे
हम्म.
छोड़ के आएगा मम्मी.
क्या धारावी का मल्लिया है. विजय मल्लिया ऑफ मुंबई.
मुंबई में वो कैप्जेमिनी का 5 ऑफिस है।
स्वप्निल को वो भी कम पड़ता है.
स्वप्निल ब्रेक पे गए लगता है इस समय. यस राकेश, यस राकेश.
Okay, we add the gateways same way.
Okay.
Now tell me one thing. Let's say you are configuring VRRP. Based on which parameter it will take the primary route?
Priority.
Yeah.
Right? So here we are doing the same task, but here we are not putting the priority. Right? So whatever gateway you are adding first, that will get the highest priority.
Okay.
Let's say I added firstly this. Right? So this is right now highest priority. Gateway 2, you can increase the priority, so that will become the primary.
Okay, so what is the priority now? Can we check now?
No, that we cannot check here.
Okay, so in a working system, if I just increase the priority in a live environment, what happens? Will the failover happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so So the way to fail over, you mean to say that to increase the priority is a way? Like what I'm asking in the live environment, in live environment, everything is working.
Right.
SG1 is my main one, primary one. And on the way, I just increase the priority of SG2. So will the failover happen at the very same time or a reboot?
No, you mean same time.
Immediately, okay.
So first point is you have to add 2 gateways. Once you add the gateway, then you have to make a cluster. So cluster is the same, like you have to click new to cluster. Then you have to define the cluster member, right? Once you define the cluster member, then you have to go to Xccsa and VRRP. Okay, so we are going for Xccsa high availability. Okay, here there is a option. Okay, use virtual map. You have to checkbox on this. Okay, so are you noting all these points?
No.
So you are totally dependent on the video, huh?
Maintain current active cluster member. Switch to high priority cluster member. What is that?
Preempt option is there, na?
Okay.
What is preempt?
Okay.
Higher one will be
Maintain current active cluster member.
Okay. Now after that.
So see, in this case, if I maintain the current active cluster member, okay, and there is no need, even if I increase the priority, there will be no change, right?
Right.
Okay, so if we need that facility, we need to click on the second option. Okay.
Because right now the active one is having highest priority.
Right.
It's the same thing. Enable preempt or not. That's all.
Yes.
After that, you have to click on the network management and get interfaces.
Get interface topology. Yeah, it seems it's very simple.
Then, so for the clustering, this is the main part.
78.
So in gate interfaces, all interfaces will all live interfaces means up interfaces will.
Right.
So we need to configure a virtual interface here, right?
Right. Virtual IP here.
Sorry, virtual IP.
Right.
Where is that? Private cluster.
So here we have option cluster, sync, cluster plus sync and private. Now, understand these things. Cluster option. Cluster means I'm making cluster on particular these interface. So means that interface will be the part of the cluster. Sync is that link which is connecting firewall 1 to firewall 2. That link we have to define as a sync link. Right? My data will travel on cluster link. Sync link is just for heartbeat. Okay, you can, let's say you have the shortage of interfaces, right? So you can utilize the sync link as a cluster link also. Okay. So that's the cluster plus sync. Private, if private, that is a separate, not a part of cluster.
Rakesh, you're saying that we can use the sync link as a cluster link as well.
Right.
In that case, we need to prioritize the heartbeat traffic, right?
Right.
Means the keep alive signaling.
Right. So I'm making this is a cluster. Virtual IP. On the firewall, I took 70 and 80. say here I'm giving 192.168.1.151/24. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thing I have to do here? No.
Here on the member IP option, there is modify option is there. So here we can modify that IP address.
Same thing will come up. Ethernet 1, which is my cluster, let's say 200.20.2.254.
So here we can change the IP address of physical device.
No. Why to change the physical device IP address? It is showing whatever is the member, two SGs are there, right? So it is showing on one SG1 there is a IP address 2.252, another one 253.
Yeah, I understand that. Here it's saying that the IP address is 252 and 253, but there is an option that modify. Modify means is it possible to change if I want to change to 252 to 251? Is it possible?
I haven't tested this thing. Okay, so I'm not sure about that. Okay, what will be the effect after that? Okay, you can change it, but what will be the effect on the existing topology? I'm not sure about that. Okay, so I'm not modifying anything.
So this get interface is taking the interface of all the gateways in the smart, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, then we can see, for example, if I have a branch site where also the same series of IPs are using privately, that may be showing here in the same series that we can remove. If these members are showing up on the IP series, right? IP subnet, right?
Right. Okay, 190. Dot 168.20. Let's say 151. 24. Done?
Yes.
Okay. So object is created. Now final step, install the policy.
So it will push on both devices, right?
Right. Policy succeed means within 5 minutes that red symbol will go on.
The cluster symbol, right?
No, that this policy is pushed, but for the cluster now it is negotiating the CCP protocol now.
Can you expand that name a little bit so that we will know the complete name of the cluster? So instead of two firewall, it is now in a single name.
Yes. So this cluster is containing two firewall now.
Okay. So now can you check on individual firewall on any by anything?
So
So Rakesh, when we push this policy, we push to these two gateways, right?
no, we push to the cluster now.
No, okay. So
But
once
ultimately it will apply to individual gateway, right?
What? Yeah.
no, when did this name came? When we created the cluster, this SQ cluster करके name आ गया था ना?
Firstly, when you are making the cluster, ना नाम तो आपको तभी देना है.
हाँ. So yeah, once we create that, then itself you will see this line, right?
Right.
SQ cluster. Okay.
Then
Okay, so
ये
now
न्यू में जाके क्लस्टर में गेटवे में जाके हम लोग ऐड कर रहे थे ना, तभी वो नाम दिया था.
Okay, fine. वो तो नाम तब से reflect होगा ना यहाँ पे?
हाँ.
Okay.
so Rakesh, one question. Now, if I will go to the in the cluster, we have implemented many several rules. Policies are there. For example, 50 policies are there. By somehow, I will go to SG1 on command line, and I will apply the command firewall onload local.
Okay.
What will happen on that situation? It will affect to the cluster, or it will affect only the SG1, and the traffic remain continue. User will not impact any.
Then the entire policy on SG1 is gone. It means it will be out of cluster, right?
Hmm. So my question is, when I will put the command fw onload local, it will remove the cluster command as well as, or only policy will
FW unload local is just for the policies.
just for the policy.
That
Okay.
FW unload local is not removing any firewall configuration.
Okay. So the identity awareness, VPN, all the things will remain.
No. That will not remove.
Okay. Only policy will remove.
Right.
But okay, I understand. But what about this situation? If I will go to the SG1 and I will do just FW all node local, so will the cluster will continue as it is without any impact? User will access the applications.
Let's see. We can do that thing. Hold on. Where is my?
Don't do right now. We will do some troubleshoot right now, right? Like how the cluster is happened or not. Uh,
अब बताओ क्या करना है.
पहले तो हम चेक करेंगे कि वो क्लस्टर वर्क हो रहा है कि नहीं, लाइक ट्रैफिक कैसे मूव हो रहा है। अभी अभी हमारा फायरवेल 1 जो है ना, दैट इज डन एक्टिव। We will do something like open Google or access the FTP, then where we will check on the cluster or any individual device.
इंटरनेट चल गया।
हाँ,
अब इसका पहले लॉग देखते हैं।
on which device? SG2. But active is SG1, right? Yahoo, open Yahoo or Facebook. Have you created the policy for internet access?
All the traffic on SG1 is dropped. Policy is there, I think, sir.
Because on the PC, Yahoo and Gmail, Google, those are opening, but those are traveling through this cluster firewall or that HQSG firewall.
Now we install the policy in the cluster. No? Let's say if I'm installing the policy, that's the standard policy.
That's okay, but the device are different, right? Physically, device are different, right? Branch SG1, HQ SG1, and these new firewall. This policy, when this firewall which you have opened, is this firewall is in cluster?
Which one?
This one which you have opened right now.
That is the GUI, no?
That is the GUI machine.
No, that is the GUI machine, but on this GUI machine,
see, there are SG1 and SG2. Okay, both are into cluster right now.
But those are different firewall, right?
Oh.
From that HQSG and
No. Both are in HQ only. HQ end only. So Vivek, you are suspecting one these two out of these two firewall, one is from HQ and one is from branch.
हाँ I think जो HQSG firewall जो है ना जिसपे हम पहले काम कर रहे थे, that is the different, and on that firewall the internet access is happening, and this
वो तो अभी ऑफ कर दिया है ना, HQ firewall जो था।
वो पुराना वाला फायरवॉल तो मैंने बंद कर रखा है।
हाँ, वो क्या रेड साइन आ रहा है ना उस पे।
अच्छा, वो बंद है।
हाँ, वो तो
अभी जो भी चल रहा है अभी SG1 एंड SG2 पे।
राइट,
वो दोनों को ही
एंड उसका जो पॉलिसी है सब HQ क्लस्टर में इम्प्लीमेंटेड है।
राइट,
ओके।
तो पॉलिसी तो वो आपका उस पे था ना, SMS के ऊपर था। रूल्स वी क्रिएटेड देयर, हमने वो फायरवॉल ही बंद कर दिया, वो रूल्स का सारा पैकेज मैं क्लस्टर पे लगा रहा हूँ।
राइट।
कोई मिस्टेक तो नहीं हुआ है, मिस्टेक होता तो मेरा क्लस्टर नहीं बनता। और it is not showing on which firewall it is sending the traffic.
So Rakesh, the cluster is working as a active standby or active?
Active.
So it is automatically working as a load sharing?
Yes, but if you want to configure parameter, you can configure here.
Okay.
The option is
But
there.
I think while configuring, we have not choose that load sharing option, right?
Yeah. Actually, those options are not here when you are using.
But in the PowerPoint, there is mentioned active load sharing, load balancing.
Load sharing unicast or multicast. But right now we are just doing for high availability.
So
High
it will be
availability means
active standby only, right? Or how then?
Active standby.
can you please click there on the cluster Excel Dropbox? Here, okay.
So, Rakesh, one question, like so we cannot cluster the other device, so it has to be checkpoint only. Then we can use the proprietary protocol only, right? Then why the VRRP option then?
Why the VRRP?
Yeah, because so that cluster Excel is the proprietary, right, for the checkpoint. And
right.
we can make a cluster of the same model with same everything, right? Hardware, software, everything.
Right.
Then we can use the proprietary only one, right? Cluster Excel. Then what is the point of providing option for VRRP?
See, that whatever we are doing, that is the high availability. In high availability, there are two protocols. One is the cluster Excel and one is with VRRP. But let's say if you want to implement high availability redundancy of the gateway on, let's say if you have one is the ASA box and one is the checkpoint box, and on that you want to implement high availability of the gateway, then how you will do?
But on that scenario, the interface memory that couldn't be matched, right?
For VRRP, there is no requirement.
Okay, so you mean to say to use a cluster Excel as a protocol, the device should match, right?
Right.
Okay. But there is a possibility like we can make a cluster of a checkpoint and Palo Alto and checkpoint or ASA like that by using VRRP functionality instead of cluster Excel.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then it's fine, because I was under impression like there is not at all possibility to make a cluster between checkpoint and other vendor.
Okay, let's take a break. Okay, 10 minutes, and then we'll continue the next thing.
Okay, so by 4:30, right? 4:18. 4:30.
Okay.
Guys, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
All are there?
Yeah.
Okay. So next thing is CP view. It's a utility to give you the information of like your CPU, how much CPU is used, how much you have RAM, right? How much is used, how much is the swap size, all that information. Let's say system information. Okay. In system information, it is showing what is the platform. Platform we install Gaia 32-bit. Cluster security gateway is implemented. Clusters is active right now. Secure core Excel, these things are for CCSA, not here. Next, if you go with the network, it is showing how many packets are moving on which rate. CPU utilization. Software, in advance, if you go,
What is the command of this output?
CPU, how much memory is there, network, any TCP and UDP packet is going on or not. Okay.
What is the use of this secure Excel option?
Secure Excel is for like your acceleration of your traffic. That is the advanced thing, secure Excel and core Excel. Okay. So in the cluster Excel, it is showing right now it's behaving as a active and standby. Right now, which I am accessing, SG1. So right now SG1 is a active. Why active? Because that is having the higher priority.
So what is the default priority? Can we check
There
that?
is no default priority. We cannot check here.
So you told like whichever we added first, that will
Right.
become
Because
active,
SG1
right?
I added first.
Okay, and then to make it SG2 as a priority, there is an increased priority option,
Increase
right?
priority option.
But there should be some reference value, right?
No,
So currently SG1 is my active one, and I want to make my SG2 as an active one. Then I need to click on that increase priority option, right? So what value it should cross to make it SG2 as active?
here there is no priority value. For example, like in Cisco, we have like 100, right? Here we don't have that type of value.
Here either increase or decrease.
Yes.
So here in the option, the local is active and the other is standby.
Right.
There is not mentioned SG1 or SG2, right?
Right. Local means if you see right now.
Currently we are into SG1, right?
SG1.
Okay.
Let's say same thing if I run over here. Getting now?
Right. To move from one
Arrow key.
okay, na? Okay.
So all these are the things. Now, ISO image I already shared with you, right? And the next thing, like nuggets and the recording of this, I will share till I think so till Monday. I will share. Can you do one thing? Can you type your email IDs on the checkbox? Let me see. I have your email ID or not. Yeah, these are the ID, na? Nikhil A. Deshpande.
Right.
Someone
Shiljit, Vivekanand and Swapnil.
okay.
Check the spell of Vivekanand. There may be wrong. Manish has already Vivekanand at capgemini.
Hey Rakesh, just one info I required. Can you just confirm what is the cost for this training? And if we want to continue this training, then what is the next training should be available?
Next for CCSA only.
No, what is the cost for this training particular? Because we don't have idea about the costing.
See, costing part, we don't have any information on the trainer side.
Okay.
Okay, cost and other things you have to discuss with the sales team only.
Okay.
No, Rakesh, what actually, if you need to continue with the other session, so what is the approximate cost for the next session? Like per person, an approximate cost like for CC, the next level.
Okay, CCSE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would, I'm
And
not sure.
approximate is enough. It is not something so that we can see if there is a budget or we can plan or something. That's why.
So
That I
best
can.
way, best way is that you go to the Koenig website and just chat. Immediately you will get the price.
Okay, fine. No problem.
Okay. Otherwise, best way is that like you connect with the Manish, right? He can give you the best price.
Okay, no problem. No.
Okay. So right now I'm stopping this record.